There we go. For a drink. So, today, I continue on the Fire Mage. Oh! Thick monk gloves. Holy shit. Slam that immediately. Oh! Trash roll. Does it have another? Yes! Oh, 8 life per enemy kill. Let's just immediately build that. Put it in here somewhere for the monk later. It's really good, it just doesn't have good resistance. But here's what it is, I suppose. Why haven't I...
Yes, I've collected these over time. What do you think? Stay safe, if you can.
Why haven't I regaled my staff? Limit goes there. Sun goes there. So I've been messing around a bit with this, and I'm still a little bit unsure where I want to go with this all. I still think fire spells are terrible. But it's like... Like, Fireball isn't good.
Fireball
Not really.
explodes on impact.
But we can try playing more Fireball. And we have Unleash and Pierce. I think we won't do Pierce. What might we want? I don't want to go Scatter Shot, because Scatter Shot makes it do no damage at all. have so many of these? Level 12. Solar Orb. My most important spell. Then we put Fireball on R. In reality, I don't think we'll be able to remove Ember Fusilade, but I'll try. Is this really what I came up with? Was this really better than Spell Echo? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it is, because if I go Overabundance, we get less skill effect duration, and that's only good on things where less skill effect duration is actually good. Correct. Okay, so Fireball. In all honesty, I think I don't have more damage gems to put here. Like, not really. It would just be more Ignite, but that's useless. Concentrated effect, I guess. But at that point, I feel like I might as well just switch back to this. Shadow Shot is just so bad. I don't think I have Conk Effect anywhere else. Oh. So now the question is, where the hell did my Conk Effect go? I think I probably used it on another character. Maybe do something like this, but Yeah. That's all we can do. And we are just here in Clearfell, so... I have a little bit more new tech here. Such as this. Feel pretty bad. Made my Rain of Fire slightly better. It's still dog shit, so... And see, like, every single skill I have is outperformed by Solar Orb, and Solar Orb is bad.
I need more time.
Living Bomb is the best.
Not yet.
Last time. Oh yeah. My skills are insanely expensive. There's that too. That's why I think we're just gonna have to go Emberfuse Slug, because I think it's really cheap. Like Firestorm costs a lot, but especially it's the Fireball that really sets us back. We'll do the same. We'll do the same strat here. As we do in normal Act 1, we just go and kill some. Kill the boss, and then we kill the boss again.
Disgusting. Everything is wet and vile in Ogam.
Now I don't have Scattershot on me, I'm just gonna use that. I like how Scattershot isn't recommended when it's literally the single best thing you can put in it. Hmm.
For me.
We want that.
I can't do that yet.
Alright. So I don't remember exactly what I was doing last time, but I finished taking this. Finished taking that. I think this was the last thing I took. Oh, this is good. Let's take this. Area increase for our curse. Just, like, how big is the area right now? It's not that big. Need it to be a lot bigger. Because we're like one level away from temporal chains. So we need to actually go and get... We need the curse node there. And then we just need to go up and get the other one. The multiple curses thing. Lesser Jeweler's Orb. Do I even have anything to put that on? Not really. Flame Wall, Blasphemy. Maybe on Blasphemy. So right now we don't have really anything to put there. Level 11. Hello, Barrio. Let me through. Maybe later. Firestorm will be actually good. One at some point. Ow!
I can't do that yet. The tail.
You think the tail is actually gonna do something uncool? I don't think so. I think this is actually a pretty cool boss. I know you are.
I need more time.
I know. Psychic. But the damage is so bad on this build, Jesus Christ.
The tail.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculously bad. At least, you know, I think you could probably do something with it. But not my build, that's for sure. Just going like pure incinerate probably works or something.
Not yet. I have wandered the Vestiri.
But it doesn't fit.
This was not a challenge.
Doesn't fit. Yeah, everybody's playing Hammer of the Gods Titan because you literally can't play without it. It's it's too strong. Level 11 Flame Wall, I guess. Flame Wall, it is irrelevant. I'm just using it to get ignites. We do need more weapons, but Hammer of the Gods is literally a bad skill, like design-wise. They should not have made that ability the way it is. It's really stupid. Actually, let's keep that. I was thinking of making a one-handed rage warrior.
These are just... It's beautiful. I accept.
Except... Helmet? Lightning Wrist? Wow. It is a Diablo 3 skill, absolutely.
Oh, I like this one. Goodbye.
So... what does Blasphemy or levels even do? Less effect. My current Blasphemy do? 47. Yeah, okay, it reduces the less effect by like 1 per level. There somewhere? Giant's Blood, that's the keystone, right? Yeah. Yeah, I want to comment and say that I disagree, but to be honest, I haven't done maps, and from what I understand, maps are probably overtuned, like PoE1 style stuff in them constantly. Because like in the campaign, which doesn't really matter that much, you know, you don't actually need the shield at all. But you still get chunked quite a bit by mobs, quite frequently. So if the mobs are tuned quite highly in maps, I can see it. Like maybe maybe stun doesn't cut it 100%. Because that's what I went for. Just Giga AoE and stun. That was like my defensive layer. Whenever I see a white mob, I just press rolling slam. But I only played it to Act 3, so that doesn't count. Now I need to readjust. I don't know. I don't remember what I need. I like igniting them just so I can cast Firestorm, but then you have to wait for like 6 seconds for Firestorm to do any damage. Where is she? The skill doesn't make sense. Because it's not a boss, like, Firestorm is not a boss killer at all. You can't really get any damage out of it on single target, which means it's a pack clearer. Or not even pack clearer, but like pack DPS at least. But it doesn't make sense. Because you need to ignite monsters before you cast it to get the bonus meteors that make it do actual damage. And if I've done that, like, I've already killed the pack. So it has the big meteors, but you have to do things that are counterproductive to using the spell in the first place. And the base version is just really, really bad. It's not worth casting almost. I do it anyway. It's just, you know, it's a little bit of damage, I guess. Can we find a pack? Hey, we got some zombies here. Firestorm. Zero zombies. I mean, I have like Giga Turbo AoE on it as well, but that's basically what you get. And I have plus 10 seconds on it, the hourglass, so you get the cooldown. Yeah, no, it does absolutely not. And it can't ignite either. So you can't use it for any like ignite memes, because what you can do is there's a support that makes targets ignited by skills explode when they die. But you can't use that on Firestorm, because all skills that consume an ailment can't cause the ailment. It doesn't say in the tooltip, but that's how it is. So like you can't ignite or anything with it. It just does no damage. Fills the screen with shit. That's all. I'm just trying to get to Flame Blast. See if that makes my character feel good. Or if I just don't have enough attack speed to use it. Oh.
Your kind deserve no better.
Rash. It's like 40% of damage as extra lightning cold. Those rolls are kind of interesting, but I also don't do like any hit damage at all. I hope we see some patches soon, but I kind of doubt it. I think there's just going to be a bunch of bug fixes. And I think right now they're just focusing on crash fixing. I'd be okay with the druid, yeah. I don't really want to. I mean, I do want to play a druid, but I'm not waiting for it because I want druid. I'm waiting for it so that I get more fire spells for my wizard. That's what I need. One of your jewels got destroyed by a bug? How did that happen? I destroyed some skill gems, but that's like whatever. Unless you've upgraded them, of course. No, okay, you can't upgrade them, but like if you have a lot of links on Living Bomb, for example, on the staff, and you take it out and you just sell that, that also sells all of those skill gems. But it doesn't really matter that much now, because support gems are only rare in the beginning, and now you have like 2 million of them. When do tier 3s start dropping? I haven't gotten that far. I don't know when they start dropping. The end. So like Act 6 or max? Yeah, I figured they dropped like candy. So the socket empty, but when I tried to put the jewel in the socket, it got replaced by the jewel that was really in the socket. Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. Jewels seem a lot better now. Like I've played PoE 1 since beta, right? On and off. And I have never once equipped a jewel, more or less. I've never found one that was good. But here I have 3 jewels in my bank already that are good. And I haven't even had the chance to put anything in there.
Blocked for now, but I sense more.
I've never had a timeless jewel. I never got that far. PoE veteran. Killed Sirius like once. Does bleed feel rare? A little bit. If you mean chance to bleed, or do you mean bleed from enemies? Because if you mean bleed from enemies, then I would say, yeah, it's really rare. It's literally like only the rares that have always bleeds that I have ever encountered that bleeds me. Yeah, I mean, if they are, I think there are some, but I've never, because you get like a red guy flexing his muscles up there, and that means you're bleeding. But I have never noticed it matter at all. What am I looking for? Yep, I died from corrupted blood in Ultimatum from the spinning laser beams. Which, by the way, the spinning laser beam that shoots red lasers in 4 directions, it doesn't respect Z-axis. So when you're fighting something on that arena where they have a bunch of stairs, you'll just randomly get hit by it because it's like flying above you on the upper floor. That's great. That's how I died there. Like, I was really close to killing the boss. Yeah, the only strategy that I've come up with so far for Ultimatum is to take anti-crit nodes on the tree, and that way you can take crit nodes and feel less destroyed by them, right? But even so, like, always crits is still insane. He might stick damage here. You just stand on that solar orb, bro. Oh. We stunned him. Yeah, they did. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what they did. Okay, so is the Rusty Veil always here? I mean, I didn't like Ultimatum. I barely ever did it. But when I did do it, when I was leveling, it was always that, like, it just... You could do maybe like 1 or 2 turns and then the monster's killable.
I thought the Ezomites buried their dead.
That's what it felt like, at least.
This must have been some battleground.
I don't think we found the waypoint here. No, okay. Let's go find the waypoint. I don't like Ultimatum, but if they make the mobs be like less retarded, I guess, I think I'll hate it less than Sanctum. Because Sanctum, like, I just don't like it because it's just like playing a different game, and I don't like that. Waypoint. Fuck is doing that? Okay. I hated Sanctum in PoE 1 too. It's literally the opposite of what I want to do in PoE. Like, yeah, I got a region character. Oh no, I gotta avoid these stupid wind-up attacks. Literally kind of feels like a mobile game or something to me.
What happened here?
Alright. Grim Tangle. Clearfell. The Red Veil is down there? Why is the entrance always like down there then? I really hope they fix their map gen rules more. Well, I think GGG might not know exactly themselves what it's going to be like. Now after all the feedback they've gotten on these two. So I guess we'll have to see. So 5th trial? No, there's gonna be a 3rd trial variant. That's the idea, at least. They haven't announced what it is so far. If it's called Trial of the Ancients, that better not be fucking Tota. Like, I will literally flip my table if they introduce Tota like that. I am not doing an auto battler to ascend. That would be so retarded. Holy shit. I would be so mad. Those leagues are what I never ever want to see again. I hate those things so much.
I can't do that yet.
It's just like minigame league. I hate minigame league. All the crafting leagues are better than every single mini league or minigame league. When first they talked about the Ascensions at all, the idea I got was that you literally just get it from playing the story, and I was like, yeah, that's great. That's how it should be. Just give it to me when I beat the last act boss or something in Act 2. I would have been fine with that.
I'm carrying enough already.
Heavy crown. Fine, let's go back. Yeah, I think so. Destroying all of my identification scrolls here. Deckard Cain isn't awake yet. Accuracy, no. Life per enemy killed, no.
Sorry, I was just elsewhere.
You have to do like 4 10-floor ultimatums and then kill the Trial Master or a bunch of Sanctums. Kill the time boss. No, there are 4 tiers for each trial, right? So you can do, from what I understand, you can do all of the like only do Sanctum or only do Ultimatum, but
These are just some odds and ends of mine. Another for my collection. Thank you.
Disenchant. Alright, let's go. Oh, my crown. Wait, heavy crown. That's like an old item, right? Mine is even older. Max armor. Or max life and armor. That's just a regular mod, right? That's a good one. That means you can get another life mod. I already have 100 life. Ah, holy shit! Oh, fuck! Okay. Ground effects are so laggy, I don't understand.
Ugh, the dead seem to rise in every direction. No matter.
Transfer play, yeah. If you use Incinerate, usually the game drops down to like 30 FPS. The shit! They're chunking the ever-living shit out of me! So, like, Incinerate is one of the skills that feel like they might be actually decent, except that you can barely put any supports into it at all. But then it's also marred by the, you know, the frame rate nerf. I don't know what my armor is like right now. 23%.
Victory
This is
mine.
almost my worst character right now. I respect the monk a little bit, and it's actually kind of decent now. I barely did anything. I kind of feel like it was bugged yesterday or something. Like, I got like one more attack node or something, and now it just clears everything and barely takes any damage. I don't know. I played a two-handed rolling slam warrior Titan with perfect strike, which was really strong. Basically just ruffle stomped every single boss in the entire game. The only boss I had any problem with was the molten gold boss in Act 3, because he's very, very resistant to fire damage, so I had to slot in fire pen on perfect strike, and then I could kill him. And I'm playing that with the meta gem that gives you more armor when you break armor, and it also gives you thorns. And I think I might build thorns on it, but I don't think so, because I kind of like the thorns, the idea of it there, like unironically, but not on an ace build, because I'm just stunning enemies anyway, and they're just wobbling around, so they're like, the white mobs aren't gonna hit me anyway. I just saw it as a way to handle white mobs a little bit more. But white mobs hit so hard too. I don't know if it would actually be legit.
Didn't break a sweat.
Oh yeah. That's the Diablo 3 Thorns approach, but I was honestly mostly just thinking of it in terms of
Bound to this place.
it just doing like a little bit of damage, because it wasn't a lot of nodes that you had to take. And just helping you take out white mobs now and then. But like I said, I was playing Rolling Strike or Rolling Slam, so the whole time I was just smacking the ground constantly, and everything was just stunned 24/7. So I might try it on like an axe builder or something. Did I kill the boss? Or am I still looking for one of these things? I don't think I killed the boss. Did I? I have a girdle, a thing. No, we need one more. I just want swords, so I can make a paladin, and then get disappointed. I'm still trying to make like hybrids work, but it's definitely kind of more doable now, I would say, but it's still like pretty rough. More or less. We'll see. That's what I was trying to do on my monk. So yeah, I played that Titan. I've been playing a little bit of a ranger, a poison ranger, when I've just been offline.
I'm carrying
And
enough already.
lightning ranger is like super strong, but poison ranger is super weak. But that's also typically, historically, kind of how chaos has been. It takes a while. You need like a good base to be able to then properly scale chaos. And it's the same with poison. Like if you don't have a good like attack damage base before you start doing poison stuff, poison does like 20% more damage, and 20% of nothing is nothing. So you kind of almost like you need to have a bunch of attack nodes, and you also need to have all of the poison nodes, more or less, before poison comes online, and then it actually is good. What am I doing? Identify.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
was. Stay safe if you can.
And I'm playing a herald or an acolyte of Chayula monk that I was trying to scale just chaos using the RNG chaos bonus damage on the Chayula monk, taking all of the extra damage as chaos things on the tree, and then just taking all of the chaos nodes, and then use that in conjunction with blasphemy with despair. So we got the chaos resistance reducing aura with essence drain for single target, and also just contagion to help out. But just going essence drain contagion without like fully specking into it is really bad. So I just ended up doing like no damage with ED and no damage with melee, and it was just bad. So I just completely respec'd out of chaos, and right now I'm just going for attack stuff and crit a little bit, and then I'm gonna try specking into chaos again when I have that base already. I don't know if it'll work out, but you also have Mantra of Destruction as a monk, which it's a combo ability. You stack up 10 combo and then you press it, and then your next attack gets like 30 to 50% extra damage as chaos. So I'm doing that with monk has like an overhead slam, vaulting impact, I think it's called. So when you're doing that and you have like 200% chaos damage, that's actually going to scale the skill to do a lot more damage, right? So I'm trying to lean in on that right now and then get chaos stuff, but I also wanted to have you can put Decaying Hex on a curse, which will make it work like Decay in PoE1. It'll do chaos damage for 8 seconds. And you can put that on Blasphemy to just have it on an aura, but it doesn't work. So either it's intended to not work or it's a bug. But either way, it doesn't work right now. So like that part of my build is kind of cocked at the moment. Right now we are getting more curses here. So my idea with this character was I just wanted to have big AoEs that would overlap, more or less. So that's why I went Flame Wall, I went Firestorm, I went Solar Orb. Solar Orb is my main ability because it's the only one that's good. But like Flame Wall does 0 damage. And the ignite also overlaps with solar orb, and any ignite that solar orb might also do with its hits. So they kind of like make each other worse by having them together. Like all the fire spells do that. They kind of step on each other's toes, and it feels terrible because they just, yeah, they have negative synergy. And it all stems from the fact that you can only have one ignite on at the same time, which I made a post about that on the forum that nobody responded to, but I don't really understand why we have ailment limits. Because it's literally just like a crit, it just scales your damage, right? So I don't think there's any reason for it to be there. And especially since in PoE2 we're supposed to kind of have combos and multiple abilities that help each other out, but I don't know. But right now I'm trying to take more chaos or more curse area of effect here. This also gives me enemies you curse are hindered with 15% reduced. And I'm gonna go up here and take increased slow magnitude and more damage against hindered enemies. And then I'm gonna have temporal chains as an aura, and we're playing a Chronomancer too, which you know, it doesn't really, the Chronomancer doesn't really affect it, but I want to have that like slow aura for the, both for the meme of being a Chronomancer, but also because it's literally the only ability in the game that you can pick as a pure fire build to actually control enemies in any way. Because I can't block them, I can't stun them, I can't knock them back, I can't slow them, I can't like they literally just run up to me and that's it. And then I have to like spray them with the incinerate or something, which you can't link knockback on the incinerate or anything like that. It's like either you get temporal chains, which is for some reason at the very, very bottom of the skill list, or you just play like hybrid. Oh fuck, oh shit. Play hybrid elements so you have ice and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. But like I think a lot of those are going to get changed because, man, is it really there? What the fuck? Because I think they just used some of them just to fill out the tree more, to make it so that, you know, Gear 7 doesn't feel like it has 2 things, well, Gear 8 feels like it has 6 things. But temp chains should just be where you get the curses, it should just be on that. Usurper! One of the other problems with this build right now is that I can't see anything. I have no, I have no clue what the boss is doing. Oh, I saw it. I saw it. I saw that he did the thing. Got like a full power firestorm here. Who's gonna kill the boss? Nope. There we go.
Now, Battle Lord, accept your death.
There we go.
I would have. Till next time.
But I really love putting support gems into fire skills. Because you're like, okay, I like Flame Wall. What are we gonna put into Flame Wall? And Flame Wall is like, coming soon, coming soon, coming soon. Hourglass works, I guess. A fortress makes it into a circle, but it also halves the damage, even though it says it halves the damage of hit damage, but it also halves the ignite, even though it doesn't actually hit. And you can't link it with anything that does hit. And every single ignite support gem is hit based. So you cannot improve the ignite at all from Firewall. Like, unless you go concentrated effect, maybe. But even if you do, it's still bad. Because the numbers are just less than Solar Orb. And Solar Orb also does hit damage, so you can actually link it with things that improve the ignite. I mean, probably. I mean, Perfect Strike is better at igniting than any Fire Mage spell. Oh, I shouldn't have gone in there. Well, I'm not sure if that's 100% true. Yeah, they do have Herald of Ash. You do get Flame Blast. The Flame Blast might actually be a legit... Oh no, we need to go here. Flame Blast might be the legit Ignite skill. Because I imagine it will always Ignite.
What happened
Just
here?
because it does like
This
2000
shape,
damage.
to let you have them.
Oh, we'll see.
Good.
Chronically
Let's see
Conscious
what
has
power
subscribed
old clan
with Prime. Thank you very much. Remember, guys, Twitch Prime. Maybe I'll get a payout soon. Hello, Ocab, how's it going? Ocab can't decide if he wants to use Twitch or YouTube. He's always on different platforms. And now we're going to town. We have to talk to Una first.
The wood on the green.
Yes. Of the emotes, thanks. I made them myself. Which feels terrible. You have no idea how narcissistic it feels to sit and draw yourself as emojis. It feels really bad.
Still watching. I believe they will
Damnable
help us.
YouTube delay. Well, you did it to yourself. Oh, you're only coming in here because YouTube is telling you to? I see how it is.
Please, hurry.
A tale woman of melody. Impressive. By Garukan!
I wonder if I'm gonna start getting like turbo one-shotted soon. My resistances are actually really bad. There we go. That's where everyone else is. Who uses YouTube, man? I still want more AoE.
I can't do that yet.
I want Solar Orb to hit the entire screen. Not sure we're gonna get that. It's already quite big. I have magnified effect and expands on it. It's actually really small by default. It's almost impossible to use it at that size because enemies just walk through it and then that's it. If you don't have more AoE, it's kind of like the only function it has really is doing like damage on bosses that you can kind of single target with it. Oh fuck! But also targeting Flame Blast. $1 hype train incoming. Thanks, dude. I thought you were subscribed already. You must have run out. I have tried Conk Effect, but it's a little bit like I might do that later when I get more AoE, if I get more AoE. 14 months? Is it local money for you? Like, do Twitch have local prices?
This was once a man.
Nice. But yeah, Honk Effect on Firestorm, it doesn't actually like help it hit more or anything like that. Maybe like a little bit on bosses. So I'm like not a super huge fan of it. But like I said, if I get even more AoE to the point where things are hitting outside of the screen,
Not yet.
then I'll try that. But again, the problem is that it just doesn't do anything.
I need
Or
more
what?
time.
I have seen Spark Archmage. I've seen a couple of Spark Archmage builds. There was one guy who was doing Spark Archmage with like cast on shock or cast on freeze or something. Comment on Reddit. Ouch! Didn't dodge that. I spaced out. Wasn't paying attention. Firestorm also has like giga slow pass time.
The elements will take
Extremely
you
slow.
now, druid.
Cast it. Oh, there's done. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can see mono region being their biggest problem. That was the biggest problem with cast on crit apparently as well. $700 Exalt unique belt that gives you 300% effect of your rings. Oh yeah, that one. I saw that one. Wow, that is a piece of shit. I think I have better items in my bag. Max mana.
Quickly! My family is
Level 12. Ember 2 slots, my single target.
that
I still haven't. I mean, I've only made
This
it
man has
to
known.
Act 3, really. But I still haven't played a build that felt like I had any mana issues at all. I did see Quinn's look recently. Yeah, he looked very pretty. I was there when he got the Mao haircut. Had the Mike Tyson tattoo. The funniest thing, like out of all of these things that he's done, the funniest thing was when he dyed his eyebrows, because it was like the first time he's had eyebrows in his entire life.
These are just some odds and ends of. Oh, I like this one. Bye.
Yeah, I didn't see the VTuber stuff. Thought that they were gonna do something with that. All right, let's see. What do we have here in my bags? I have a fire life regen totem placement speed jewel. That one is the worst one. Here I have 7% increased block chance, 21% increased damage against enemies with fully broken armor, gain 1 rage on melee hit, gain 2 rage when hit by an enemy. That's kind of what I wanted to try doing something with, making like a rage warrior. And 9% increased elemental damage, 12% increased projectile damage, increased attack speed with crossbows, increased chance to inflict ailments. So that's elemental crossbow one. Yeah, rage is really, it's just bonus damage. So what do we have here? I actually think I took out my multi-resistance things and put it on another character. Oh, this is terrible. Increased cast speed. Max mana, don't need that. Max life. It's better than that. This one has 25% cold rest, and that's it. Can we get more than 25% cold rest? Not. I have a pair of level 12 boots on me. These are actually better. Those 19 cold rest there. Eagle hit. Life. Good. That on. Why are level 20 skill gems 140 EX? I don't know. I have never traded in PoE and I never will. I don't understand how the video game works in the trading world. Yeah, I mean, like if you get a helmet that has like 2 resists, even if it's just 10 and it has 100 life, you're just not gonna replace it. You're gonna be really lucky if you find something to replace that. Day trading in PoE2 in my free time from my day job as a day trader. Yep. 9 lightning wrist. This is a level 8 amulet. No, it's an item level 21 amulet. Sorry. I actually got this in Act 2 then. I mean, I actually knew Venezuelans that did that as their full-time job, just grinding RuneScape gold. Did Caleb do that? No, I don't think Caleb ever did that. Max life ring. Is it worth it? My lowest is lightning. Let's just slap in lightning and then call it a day. Lightning. Lightning there. This is my mistake. I went iron runes on my armor. This should have had double resistances. Even socket anything into staves. No, it just says martial weapons on everything. They really let us replace runes? I can go either way on that, I'll be honest. Like, I genuinely like that items are more consumable than they are in PoE 1, but I don't know if honestly, I don't know. I could go either way on it. I think I'd be okay with them being replaceable, and I'm also okay with them not being replaced. But for me, it's not necessarily that this like the problem is in PoE 1 you have the crafting bench and you have lots of elemental resistance on the tree that you can just take as a crutch. And I kind of like that the crafting bench isn't in, because it makes, like, I think the crafting bench interferes too much with the item pickup loop. But it also serves a very good purpose for existing, where there's always going to be an outlier who are just trying to play through the story, who literally cannot get an item that's good. Like, I think right now getting a good weapon is so easy that you almost cannot fail. But it will happen to somebody at some point, right? And that guy is gonna feel bad. But I don't know how much I think it's an actual problem, but I do think being able to patch up holes a little bit is a good thing. And right now, I think I think I kind of feel something along the lines of, if the runes remain in the same form that they exist now, I think I would be fine with them being destroyable, because they are currently not consumable enough. You run out of inventory space to fucking store them. So either they make them replaceable, or they make them have stronger versions and not replaceable. That's kind of how I feel about it. And it has less to do with replacing items or replacing things on the items and like patching holes and stuff. It has less to do with that for me, and more with, I don't like it when items pile up. Because when items pile up a lot, I feel like there's something wrong there. And like, it's the same thing with skill gems too. There's a hole there in the design where I'm like, is this really the best way to go about it? I still think it is a lot better than PoE1 when it comes to the skill gems, but at the same time, maybe they should just sell for like 3k gold or something, you know. Literally just something to make them not just be trash. I don't mind trash drops, but I think there's a difference between an item dropping that's bad and an item dropping that used to be good but is now just useless. That feels like there's just something wrong. Really. But like the crafting bench, I just kind of feel like it's too easy. In PoE1, it's 100% necessary, because you cannot, like, you more or less cannot find items to upgrade your build. If you're playing melee, you have to be aware of how rustic sash recipes work. Otherwise, you like can't play the game properly, almost. Like, you can, but it's really, really hit and miss. Help! I'm stuck! But I do think that the crafting bench makes it too easy. You just pick up a weapon, slap some fist damage on it, and then you're done. But don't think I can't use Blink. I don't have enough spirit. I hope they redo spirit a little bit. Also, I already have Blink because I'm a Chronomancer. I can just... This Chronomancer skill, ridiculously overpowered. It is absolutely insane how overpowered it is. Right now, I have 2 stacks of it. Only has a 9-second cooldown. And every single time I get chunked, I just press this instead of my health potion. So, I basically have infinite health potion. I genuinely think this is too strong. Like, it is... Because you get time freeze after this, and that has a 60-second cooldown. And this is a much better ability than that. Because that's just like... It's just like using a big Ice Nova or something and freezing some monsters for like 3 seconds. It's honestly not even a good skill. But this is just like, as long as you don't get one-shotted, you can basically just reset your mode. Oh, double Exalt. Okay. And it also lets you get out of getting like boxed in and stuff like that in a much better way than Blink does, because you still have your dodge roll.
Witches are not tolerated where I am from. I shall deal with her. Fire, take you!
Oh, I'll be on for maybe like 2 or 3 more rounds. But yeah, be around, dude.
Die, forgotten!
Wondered if we could maybe try doing the first ultimatum again soon. Maybe get a couple more levels. I want to be like 25 levels above when we try it.
Son of Solarai!
The trickiest thing about Firestorm is that I don't feel like I can make it really do much damage. I'm already using most of the damage things for Solar Orb, or I intend to. Or maybe even for Flame Blast. Anyway, it feels... I actually think Firestorm feels like kind of okay right now. It's still not good, but every time I see a pack, I just put up Solar Orb, and then that immediately ignites them. So I get like 3, 4, 5 ignites for it, which is actually kind of okay when mobs walk in, but otherwise it's kind of shit. Oh, that's gloves. But the thing that's going to make or break this, I think, is temporal chains.
You the power of the Eternals,
Because if I can at least keep enemies at bay a little bit, then I can play a bit more of a dot build. Otherwise, it's just gonna feel really bad.
Wilt and rot. Me! Light of the fourth moon. Wilt and rot. Now, you are mine. To me, Draven. Rot of the fourth
This boss, this is a boot check.
Prison of bone.
This is a boot check boss.
To me, Draven.
If you have boots, you can easily outrun her circles. But if you don't have boots, I think you're going to get caught in the last one, the big one. Unless you like dodge out at the last second.
Prison of
I
bone.
think. I'm not really sure if it's like that. The only boots have movement speed? Yes. Oh shit! Oh fuck. It double teamed me. Backed up on my ass.
Prison of bone.
Yes, it's just like League of Legends.
Repulsive witch! May your misdeeds be long forgotten.
Armor, energy shield, boots. Ahead of you, dude. Yes. There are actually people pushing for movement speed being on an implicit on boots, meaning like this right now, you have to find boots that roll magic with movement speed on them as like a modifier. So you can find boots that just don't have bonus movement speed, and that's just a trash item, right? So people are pushing for boots just having that. But I think that has been brought up like 6 billion times in PoE 1 already. Never been implemented, so I really doubt that's gonna happen. There are a lot of things that I think
Not yet.
can't you reroll items. In PoE 1 you can completely roll it, you know, completely reroll a blue one. But not in this game. In this game you can only make it magic. And then you can upgrade it so it gets one more modifier as magic. And after that you can make it rare. And then you can add modifiers to it. You know, that's how crafting works in this game. While in PoE 1, if you get a pair of boots and they don't have movement speed, you can almost always craft movement speed on them. So it's slightly worse movement speed, but it's still movement speed. More curse aura? Where are we? But in this game, you can't just sit and... Well, what you can do is you can gamble for boots, but that's quite expensive. Otherwise, you can... you can buy boots at the vendor, but the vendor only has like 3 or 4 boots, and those are separate items. So like if you buy one of them, that item is gone from the store, and it resets when you level up. There is item level, and item level determines how powerful modifiers can be. Like when you're level 1, you're gonna see resistances on gear that's like 6 to 14 or something, while when you're level 80, it might have like 29. So, and the same thing with damage modifiers and stuff.
I shall bring you the
So it really depends on what you find. You might find something that rolls really well early, like has a lot of life on it. resistances, and then you might literally use that for 60 levels sometimes, depending on the item. But otherwise you might replace it more often if you get something more gradual. Because sometimes you get items that don't have everything that you want. Like the best thing to get on armor is life, and second is resistances, because you need to cap out your resistances at 75% eventually. So like that's number one. Having life on everything and resistances, and then everything else is kind of secondary. So sometimes you get something with a resistance and you just put that on, but it doesn't have life. And maybe later you get something with life. Maybe you have too much resistance all of a sudden. Right now I have an amulet that I've been wearing since level 20. Just because it gives like a little bit of life regen and 9 lightning resistance. And I haven't found a better amulet really since then. I mean, eventually low level drops will become bad. No, this is terrible. I only use this because like the life regen is nice early. Makes the character feel a lot nicer because you actually get a little bit of regeneration. But also just the resistance. Like I'm already behind on lightning rests. I have 35. I have 60, 50 in fire and cold. And it gives 9 lightning rests, so until I find something better... Dude, gambling is expensive as fuck. I can maybe buy like 3 necklaces. Maybe. Probably 2. And then all of my money is gone. That's the boss over there. Okay. Yeah, gold does matter. Not that much. Like you use gold for buying from vendors. You use gold to gamble, and you also use gold to respec your character. So like gambling is kind of what you're supposed to do with it. But I also want to have a baseline of money so I can actually respec if I need to. And also just buy things from the store, because sometimes they sell really good things. Because it's random what they have. Sometimes they have rares that are really powerful.
Meaningless life ends now.
Meaningless life ends now!
My beloved Asinia, rend your soul.
At your request.
Oh, I failed.
Soul is mine. Succumb to the Empire.
No, the story is not always random.
Your soul.
It has a certain selection of items on this character, and that will reset next time I level up. So every time I level up, I go check the store. I don't know when else it resets, if it's like daily or something. I don't know.
Your meaningless life ends now.
But the gambling vendor
I need more time.
just has infinite. You can just buy RNG items there forever. But it's quite expensive, like I said.
At your request.
You can also get uniques through the gambling vendor. You can't do that from just buying. But uniques aren't necessarily good. Oh shit. Almost killed myself.
At your request.
The level cap is 100.
Your demise is welcome. I am sure of it. I must travel light.
God damn. Can I fit this? Can I make this make sense? There we go. Would have been faster to just go up to town. What defines a unique? Normal items are white, which is, or normal, magic, and rare, right? So normal is white, magic is blue. A magic item can have 2 modifiers maximum. A white can have 0. And a rare can have up to 6 modifiers. While a unique doesn't have any random modifiers unless the unique specifically comes with random modifiers. Some do. But otherwise it's a pre-designed item, right? So when you drop it, it's always the same. The values might be a little different, you know, like this one. This is a special shield that gives you spirit and chaos resistance, something you can't necessarily get on shields normally, especially not at this level. This is a focus, which is an energy shield that gives you, it's pretty shit, like it gives you a little bit of energy shield, some damage. But the unique thing that it brings is it has a 20% chance for energy shield recharge to start when you kill an enemy. And there are a bunch of items like that that have little special unique things that can no, they're static. So most of the items that I have are complete garbage. Unfortunately, like most of them are garbage, but some are really good, and some are build defining. But I don't have any build defining ones, because they usually don't drop at like level 10.
Yes, Finn makes fun of my collection, but I think it's charming.
That's pretty good. I'll save that for the monk.
I will treasure it.
So the reason this is good is just because it comes with increased evasion and energy shield and 71 to maximum life. So if it didn't have the maximum life, I would say that this is trash. This evasion and energy shield is like, it's okay, but it's not super good. Ideally, I would want resistance on this, which could be doable by upgrading it with one of these currency items that I don't have, you know? Oh, I have 3 of them, but I don't want to do it. Is there anything to do once you hit cap, or... Well, you're not gonna hit cap, first of all.
I like to hold
Actually getting to level 100 is a challenge in and of itself that almost nobody does, because it's really a lot of grind to get there. So usually you're gonna do bosses around like level 80 to 95 or something. And yeah, they have big endgame bosses that have random drops and stuff. And you really haven't been watching any of Quinn's PoE streams at all. Alright, so this one has maximum life.
Bye.
So this is how I do it, right? I pick up white items, and then I look at it after I make it magic. And if it gets life, resistance, or armor, then I upgrade it. And now it got increased rarity of items found. And so that's trash. So now I'm just gonna sell it again. This will save for the monk. I don't really like saving items like that for other characters because it feels like cheating. But... yeah, you will feel like an inefficient noob. It's actually kind of hard to just make a random build if you don't know at all what you're doing. In reality, it's not hard. Like, you just go for whatever damage is the closest for like the first 10 to 15 levels. Because you need to get like 100% more damage ASAP. And then after that you can get maybe like one defensive thing, and that's about how complicated it is. But you see here, this is the vendor. It's got an energy shield armor here that's kind of decent, but I don't use that. I use armor and energy shield hybrid armor. Doesn't have right now. He's got some boots with 30 cold res and no movement speed. $97 max life with only one modifier. Ah, that's not movement speed.
What have we got? Take a look.
Yeah, you will be an inefficient noob. But you can always ask Uncle if you get stuck or you want to know anything. Anything else here?
Go well.
And here we have Finn. This bitch here sells
Hello. These are just some odds and ends of mine.
staves and wands and stuff specifically. There is a white one here that we should check
I hope
out.
it helps. Bye.
Does that have inside it? 82 increased fire damage, 64 increased chance to ignite. Ooh. Do we chance it? Like, it's actually quite good, but like, not really. Because this one has 60% increased spell damage and 4 levels of all fire spell skills. So if this one doesn't have like +5 or +4 at least, then it's just bad. I think we're not gonna chance it because
Sorry, I was just...
I have to use Regal Orbs to upgrade it from Magic to Rare. And in my opinion, taking the risk to do that is a mistake, because you don't have that many of these. So you should really only upgrade it to Rare if you know that it's really good already.
Yes,
Sometimes I
these are
chance it
just-
too.
I will
I
try
almost
to
always
stay
lose.
safe, if you can.
Now we go back to the cemetery. And we go fight the hardest boss in the game. Is mouse movement dog shit? Not really. I mean, it's not as good as it was in PoE1, because PoE1 is designed for mouse movement, right? While in this game, it can feel a little bit sloppy, because switch real quick.
You have the key.
So, right now I'm moving with left click. And what they added in this game is that you can cast spells while you're moving, right?
Just stand there. Get on with it.
And that obviously works best with WASD movement, but I can still click over here and cast the spell in that direction, and you see the character continues walking. to where I clicked. But you have to like release the mouse and then aim in that direction, so you have to keep doing this, which can be kind of clunky. And not only that, but sometimes you want to stop moving, and then you have to click and then press Shift plus R, or Shift plus whatever your key. That's like force standstill. That's something. So I do think it feels best to play with WASD, but I also think it's entirely playable with mouse or gamepad. Did that save? Yeah, it saved. Where's... There, living bomb.
Well, don't just stand there. Get on with it. At last, it's open!
Alright.
Praise the first ones!
And you control must be dreadful. It's probably not great,
Isabel,
but I don't think it's that bad either.
Callum,
You don't really mess around with the inventory that
Campbell,
much.
Auckland of Ogham.
You
My
loot
family.
items.
This doesn't make any sense.
If you need to like move items around and puzzle, you can just go back to town instantly instead and just do that. Like, you don't need to optimize your inventory. But hey, at least we're not melee this time. Ow! Ow. It's a rage, it burns.
I need more time.
Are we doing the melee meme? What was the name of your character? What, which one? My melee character? Or this one? Because my melee character, it's called... Melee is very OP. And I genuinely think it is. Like, melee is probably one of the stronger builds in the game, within builds that make sense. Because there are obviously builds that are like super retarded with a ranger that just like destroy the entire screen with chaining and shit. I actually don't know what the most unethical build is right now. Archmage is super OP. Archmage means that you use like your maximum mana to determine how much damage to do. It adds bonus lightning damage, and then it drains your mana really fast. So obviously you just stack mana. A lot of damage. Minions are pretty unethical. At least some of the ones I've seen are pretty unethical because they just have like 20 dudes that just throw fireballs. Oh, it's not fireballs, it's like Molotov cocktails. They just have that, and then they just stand there and they just chuck it at the boss, and then the boss just dies. Can you drop the same twice? Yeah. So, what do we get here?
Ancient power.
13% increased movement speed, 60 maximum life, 76 to stun threshold, plus 15% to Thorn's critical hit chance. See, like, this is total dog shit. That's almost every single unique is like this. It's evasion boots with thorns. So, and it's just like critical hit chance, which makes no sense. But I imagine that this do want boots with health, but not this. It doesn't have resistance either. Plus, I'm playing armor or armor energy shield, and this is evasion. So I want armor or energy shield, or preferably hybrid. Like my armor here has armor and energy shield. So, like, I imagine this is something that might have something to do with the druid later. If the druid has spells that interact with thorns in some way. Maybe. There have been no finger builds already. People were like doing ignite chains somehow, where they used cast an ignite, and they ignited a monster, and then the ignition made them cast spells that then ignited monsters, that then, you know, and it was just like eternal fireballs on the screen. I think they already removed that, but I'm not sure. And the funny part about that is that's called an auto bomber, and it's something that they have been like very specific about wanting to avoid. And it was like literally the single first and most obvious thing you could do was like
Not yet.
all right.
This is no lost man effigy. The boy is from the
Ouch, ouch, stop hurting me.
Fall before me.
I think the game is actually like, even though it's early access, I feel like the game is relatively
Victory is mine.
like, there are obviously builds that are broken and like completely invalidate the game more or less, but whoa. I feel like when it comes to builds that are more like normal and make sense for like a normal player to make, within that context, the current builds and classes and stuff are pretty decent. Like Fire Mage is obviously really awful, but playing like an elemental sorceress seems pretty decent, and lightning seems pretty decent. People are saying cold is bad now, but I'm not sure. I'm not gonna summon him because I don't care. He's just gonna blabber. Game is lagging. Is it me or is it the game? I think it's the game. I don't think it's me. Oh, by the way, right now there's some issues with the Sao Paulo gateway in the game, and people who are connecting from Brazil are just getting randomly IP banned. DGG said that they were looking into it right now.
Not yet. Get back here, creature.
There are still lots of issues with the game. Even I like it in its current state already, but there are a lot of things that still needs improvement.
do that yet.
Like the most of the maps in the campaign are like way too sprawling. Really hard to tell where the fuck you're supposed to go, so you're just walking around for like 30 minutes sometimes, which feels really bad. Not a perfect experience right now.
Burn away.
Stun him! Stun him! Stun him! Stun him! Yes, we stunned him in the middle of his blue thing.
Out of mana.
Back here.
Not yet. Corruption spreads like wildfire.
Oh.
No creature is safe.
Skill points. Get the curse there. And then we start just moving up here. Dex. Now let's not get any more dexterity. Let's get strength. Each point of strength gives you 2 health. So if you get 5 strength here, when you're traveling to somewhere you want to take something, get 10 life. And I have 1,000 life now, so 10 life isn't very strong, but eventually you have 100 life from that, and that's pretty good. Actually, it was actually a bit of a mistake. I realized I do need more intelligence for my spells.
This is ominous.
Burn away.
What we're gonna do now is we are road lead anywhere. I'm trying to find things in the map generation that lets you find... Yeah, okay. The road, I think, leads you to next area. It makes sense, yeah, because that's how PoE 1 works and how Diablo 2 works. But it's not how this game works. It's only sometimes that you can actually follow like a road or some kind of rule to find where you want to go. Like on this map, the exit is pretty much always somewhere down here in direction. But not all maps do that. So sometimes, because if you look on the map, right now we're here in Ogum Farmlands. So we want to go to Ogum Village. So it would make sense to go that way, right? But in some maps, it's like up there. You go down here. So yes, I hope that they fix the map generation. But what I typically do is I find the next area and then I take the waypoint back and make sure I did all side content, because otherwise you see now when I go back the map is here, but if I wait for 7 to 15 minutes then the map instance is reset. and I have to explore the map again. And the maps are a little bit too big, and it's a little bit too hard to find things, so having to do that is a nightmare. Is PoE lore anything to give a shit about? Well, I don't know. Maybe if you want to get into it. I mean, you literally play visual novels, so I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what counts as good for you. Like, it's pretty hard to judge. I don't know, man. Maybe. I'm not a huge fan of the PoE lore and the setting, but it's okay. So, like, you don't need to play PoE 1. You can just watch some lore video on YouTube instead. I don't think it's worth playing PoE 1 to get the story, because the game isn't, you know, they don't revolve around the story. So, have to struggle quite a lot to get all of the story properly. You know, it's a little bit like Dark Souls, you know. Some items have stuff on them, and yes, but most of that is not actually story content. Some of it is kind of, but most of it is just like fun mechanics for people to come back and play. It usually has, like, they usually create some story relevance to it, but it's not really like super relevant most of the time. It does expand on the lore sometimes, though, but not always. And sometimes in bad ways, because they're forcing in like weird gameplay mechanics that's just like some indie game trying to shoehorn in, and then they like invent an NPC for that and lore reasons for that kind of. So it's not always great. But there have been some things, like back in the day when PoE was newer, they had a league where they added NPCs that were kind of like daily missions. And they would appear on your maps, and they would have like a little thing. Some of them you had to like duel a guy, and he just used player skills, and you'd another guy was like you had to carry a totem through maze with a bunch of traps in it and shit like that. And all of these masters had names and like backstories and stuff that you could explore. And later on they decided to delete the mechanic. So they made all of them. They released a league called Betrayal, and they made all of the masters betray you, basically. Oops. And it turned out that they're all like part of a cult. And then it became about hunting them down and killing them, destroying their cult and shit. That was a good, like, that was actually a good league. Because it felt like they expanded PoE in like an adventure type way, without it being like some fucking dog shit.
I must travel light.
The game that they're just trying to cram into the game as a mechanic. 'Cause one league, they literally added like League of Legends auto battler TFT shit. That was the whole league. It was so stupid.
You found.
One league was just Hades.
This shame.
So if we... I don't know. It's in. Finn makes fun of my collection, but I think it's charming. Another for my collection. Thank you.
What it mean? Hades?
Bye. Sorry, I was just...
Instead of playing Path of Exile, right? Where you have Path of Exile's rules. You have like life regen that works in a certain way, and life works in a certain way. Enemies have rules based on that. Now they have certain ways of attacking, and you have certain ways of dealing with that. Instead of that, they had an entire mode that was just enemies with like slow attacks that when they hit you, you lost a bar called honor, and that goes down, and you couldn't like mitigate that with armor. You couldn't use your life regen or anything like that. It was literally just a like a bullet hell. You had to dodge everything kind of thing, and it just didn't properly use Path of Exile's base rule set for how things worked, because they and then it's literally a roguelite, right? So when you beat one room, you then get 3 choices, like, where am I gonna go? This way, that way, that way, and then like here there's a buff, here there's a little debuff and a key, and here there's this and that, you know. And you just had to go through that whole thing. Non-PoE style rules. I thought it was really stupid. And in this game, they brought that back and made it like mandatory. Progress your character. That was a league-specific game mode. It was called Sanctum.
What do you need?
You can Google it if you want, just Sanctum, and you can see kind of what it was like.
This hooded
PoE
one is
Sanctum.
here on. Anything?
Though you might get a lot of hate threads right now because they brought Sanctum back here.
If you find a pint out there.
So what else do we have here that we need to replace? It was the necklace. Shall we try gambling for a necklace?
Hey, who knows what prizes
A
await?
necklace costs 12,000. I have 37. I'm gonna buy one. Got a strength amulet with 11 cold resistance and 5% increased spell damage. That's actually like borderline better. Okay, I'm gonna buy one more. That's terrible. 20% increased evasion, 17% increased maximum energy shield, +2 to all attributes, 1.3 life regen. Requires level 40. Yeah, I really didn't like that. Now, this is better, but it'll fuck up my lightning resistance even more. And it's like... it requires level 11. It's really bad. I'm just gonna sell it.
Sorry, I was just... Finn makes fun of my Another for my collection. Thank you.
And disenchant that one. I am level 50. I am currently in Act 4. Or, because we only have 3 acts, they are repeating the first 3 acts again in a higher difficulty. So I am in Act 1 Cruel. do we have a necklace? 41 to spirit. Not much. Games were kind of bad this year. Don't even remember what came out this year. Wukong. I still haven't played it. Probably won't. Yeah, I remember Dragon's Dogma. Fortunately. Rather that didn't come out. Yeah, I mean, I bought my current GPU for Dragon's Dogma 2, and it still ran at like 40 FPS with a brand new CPU. Like, I bought my CPU 2 years ago, so it was like 1 year old, and it was a it was a high-end CPU then. I mean, I ran it just fine too, except for in the forest area, there it ran at like 42 FPS or something. The desert area ran perfectly. But yeah, there was nothing to do. And it had even less of a story than Dragon's Dogma 1, and it also retconned Dragon's Dogma 1's story to be not canon. It's just... I think so. Oh, fucking hell. They literally just no, because in Dragon's Dogma 1 you end the cycle. That's the thing. Like, Dragon's Dogma 1 ends the story, so it doesn't make sense that anything returns. So like either Dragon's Dogma 1 isn't canon, or Dragon's Dogma 1 just is incorrect. Like, we just didn't actually do anything. We just like died for nothing. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I think you do. You can. Like, one of the endings is that, I think. Yeah, but no, you take the place of him, and then you stab yourself in the face with the God's Bane. Like, that's the true ending. I think. They do say that there are many worlds. Yeah. Do you know why they say that? They say that because other people are playing the game and sharing their characters on PSN, so they literally PSN storytelling. But yeah. Well, there's only one dragon from... I mean, there's the Ur dragon. Like, okay, let's stop here. Let's be real. I don't care about the story, actually, because it's fucking stupid. And it's not actually written to be a story, it's just written to connect to other people over PSN. So, yeah. I am beginning to feel very, very squishy. Fortunate.
I need more time.
I think once we get the curse node, we have to take more armor, energy shield stuff. Alright, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. Try not to die. Because if you die at the current state of the game, all the enemies respawn. So if I get like randomly one-shotted here, I have to redo it. All right, we just continue up. Yeah, that is. I mean, this is the Elden Ring of ARPGs. That's what they tried to do, more or less. So there has been the Elden Ring of the RPGs in the past already. It was called Dungeon Siege 3. A lot of people have heard of Dungeon Siege 3, because back in the day people were Dungeon Siege fans. And then Dungeon Siege 3 came out and it was completely different and everybody hated it. Except for me, I loved it. I thought it was amazing. Because it played like this game. And I'm not kidding. It had like really tight dodge bosses. And it was just really fun to play. Because it was just like action Diablo back in the day. I wanted to replay it. I actually bought it on Steam to replay it, but it doesn't run. I haven't updated it. And I haven't bothered looking into if I can make it run. And then you gotta play hardcore mode as well. Despite me not playing hardcore right now. Yeah, but are they shitting on it because they can't run it? But my PC is actually fixed. Or I'm pretty sure it's fixed now. So after replacing or after checking like 99% of everything in the computer and reinstalling Windows 3 times, I finally, and then after that, we finally replaced all the parts too. And it was still crashing. And then I finally found it. And it was my cap card released new drivers that I have never used before. And I started using those last year, right before I quit streaming. And those are destroyed. They don't work. They crash your computer. And yeah. Very unfortunate. I can't see him. I can barely see anything playing this build. Marked for death. What does that mean? What does this do? Stop moving or you will be imprisoned. That one is super OP. Blades would help. But this is what is that? Stop moving. Okay. Stop moving for 7 seconds, and then the boss just walks up to you and slams. It's such bullshit. Yeah. I wanted big, huge AoE things all over the screen, and that's what I got. What's that? Stop moving. Don't blast me, bro. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, shit.
Not yet.
This guy puts little black goop on the screen. Can't see anything. Oh, yeah.
I have. It is better this way.
This is an old mechanic called, or an old league called Ritual, that they turned into a boss. So, on the map, you have these little ritual thingies that you click. And in PoE 1, it actually like resurrected mobs that were killed near the ritual thing. And then you had to kill them again. And then there were 4 of these on the map, 3 to 4. And then on the next one, it resurrected all the mobs you killed there, plus the ones you killed at the previous one, and so on. And then when you finished all of them, you got a bunch of ritual currency here, tribute. And then you got to buy special items here from this little thing here. And you get to see what they have before you buy them. And it's all pretty bad. 10 life regen is pretty good though. But everything else here is ass. We can still buy 1 orb of augmentation. Hell yeah. The orbs used to be what we call currency in PoE 1.
So, thank you. Why then?
They didn't take a slot. I mean, I grabbed one of the orbs of augmentation and I stacked it on top of the ones I already had. But they cost a little bit of tribute there. Buy those two. In PoE 1, they worked exactly like this, but PoE 1 didn't have gold. And that's why whenever you sold items to the vendors, based on the modifiers that the gear had, you got certain pieces of currency. Like here, I have a transmutation shard, And if I get 10 of those, I get a transmutation orb. And certain modifiers that were really good gave you an alchemy shard. And an orb of alchemy here lets you upgrade an item to rare immediately. Good. It was pretty good in PoE 1 too, kind of. And that was just how it worked. So, and in this game instead,
Yes?
I go and I
It's just something
sell
that's
blue
it.
ones
I will
because
treasure
I
it.
already have the currency that I can get by disenchanting those, so I just sell them.
It seems shadows haunt us both.
After identifying them, because they sell for more than.
Hello. Finn makes fun of my collection, but I will treasure it.
And then if it's rare, I click disenchant, and I get a regal shard.
Goodbye.
And when you get 10 regals, you get a regal orb. And a regal orb can upgrade a magic item to a rare, adding 1 modifier. So that's what you want to do if you use an orb of transmutation, turns it into magic, 105 maximum life. All right, will augment it. Life regen, it sucks. I mean, it doesn't actually suck, but it most likely sucks. 105 life is really strong. You can re-roll lines, so to speak, but only in this game, only with this, a Chaos Orb. Removes a random modifier, and augments a rare item with a new random modifier. So if you get an item that's really good and you want to gamble on maybe saving it, how valuable are those? Well, it really depends. I'm playing solo self-found, so I never trade. But in PoE 1, a Chaos Orb was like what you used to trade, baseline, and then you traded with Exalts too, I think, and Regals. But they have changed the value of these, you know, based on how often they drop, right? So the currency, what people trade in is different. An Exalt augments a rare item with a new random modifier. So on this staff, right, I have 59% increased spell damage, +4 to level of all fire skills, 31% increased cast speed. So this is what we call slamming. So we can slam this with an Exalt, and it might get something new. Yeah, if you manage to make a blue item with 2 good modifiers, then you upgrade it with Regal. If the Regal is still good, then you can Exalt it, you know, etc. And normally I would never use a Chaos. A Chaos, the only time I would use a Chaos is if I have a good item, but it has like 1 modifier that is making it a bad item. And I want to just chance trying to save it. Because otherwise it is random. You don't have enough to just spam it. So that's kind of what it is. And now these boots are really good. 105 life is super strong. But it doesn't have movement speed, and I don't want to, like, I only have 2 regals. I don't want to use that to just chance it and see.
Take a putt. Not sure what I'm gonna do with it, but cheers.
This is actually 10 life regen is nice, but No, it doesn't have life, it doesn't have resistance. Rather not.
See you.
So now we're done there. How random is the gambling with Regal and Exalts? For upgrading, it's quite random what you get, but it's not like super random anymore. In PoE 1, one of the biggest problems was that there were too many modifiers. Like trying to make a two-handed sword with physical damage on it was borderline impossible, because all you were gonna do was you were gonna get like some fucking, oh wait, what's this? PoE 2, upcoming changes and improvements. Gameplay features, Trial of Sekimus, endgame and monster balance, character and item balance, skill and support gem balance. There are also some notable nerfs to a few of those remaining overachieving skills. Alright, we'll look at that, but first, in PoE 1, if you were trying to make a good sword, you could, first of all, you could roll fire damage, you could roll ice damage, you could roll lightning damage, you could roll crit on it, you could roll bleeding, you could roll accuracy, you could roll like a million different things. But not only that, every single modifier has a range of like... The way it works in PoE 1 is a tier 1 modifier is the best possible modifier, right? And for damage, say, it can go up to maybe like tier 12 damage. And that's what you get when you're like level 1. When you're like level 5, you can maybe get, you know, tier 12, tier 11 damage on a sword. And when you're level 90, you can drop a tier 1 damage roll on a sword. But you can also drop a tier 12 damage roll on a sword. So you have like a billion useless modifiers, and they can all roll level 1 modifiers. And that's what they're trying to change in this game. They're making weapons more focused. Like if I'm rolling on a staff, the staff is going to get magic stuff. I almost always get spell damage or fire damage rolling on a fire staff. And very often like bonus to skill gem level. And skill gem level was something that was extremely rare in PoE 1. Really hard to get that, and especially getting that with fire damage, because there was so much garbage. Because you could even roll like physical melee mods on the same weapon. It was borderline impossible to pick up a rare from the ground in PoE 1 and being like, oh, this is a good item, I'm going to use it. And that's what they're trying to change here, because the higher up in level you get and more difficult content you do, you get more like, it's called item rarity, which means that you're going to have a higher chance of dropping rare items. But the rarity also improves the baseline for what modifiers can roll, so you're going to get less and less shitty modifiers and more good modifiers on items. So, you know, instead of it being this, you're going to roll all of these modifiers, they shift it up so it's more like you're rolling over here. So it becomes a lot more manageable, hopefully, or that's the idea at least. All right. Path of Exile patch. Gameplay features. Like we mentioned last week, we'll be adding the capacity to fast travel between checkpoints within an area. That's going to be amazing. Nasty website. This is like 2000s aesthetics. It's actually 2010, but yeah, it's 2010 aesthetics. How dare you? This is classic. Adding many more checkpoints to areas, generally at all entrances and exits to areas, meaning if you find these first, you'll be able to instantly travel to them to continue exploring. That will help a lot. Classic might be as... Yes, I know Classic is ass. We'll also be making passive point respecking cheaper, especially at higher levels. It had a relatively aggressive curve getting more expensive with character level. We have flattened that curve so it doesn't exponentially grow as much. This should generally result in approximately 40 to 50% less gold for respecking between the start and middle of endgame progression. Yeah, I agree with that. I think it was too expensive. I don't think that they should make it free even for beta, because it is part of the testing, and I think it would have a very negative impact in reality on the game and on players if respecking was completely free. More than people realize. Because it's gonna make your build feel cheap. And just jumping between builds is going to make it feel boring and cheap. I know people might disagree with that, but I believe that is how people would feel. What do you mean by feel cheap? Part of why you grow attached to your character is because you have struggled with that character and trying to make that build work from level 1. And if they just make like respecking completely free and you can just change it into something else instantly, like 100 million times, and you just try every sorcerer build in the game, you're just gonna sit there and be like, you're gonna go out and shoot some frostbolt bolts and be like, yeah, this is okay. Go back out, respec. And it's just gonna ruin the game for a lot of people. That is genuinely what I think would happen. Because right now, when you go, when you have to pay gold to respec, you're not gonna respec unless you really feel like you need to tweak your character. So you're gonna try making your build work. And if you have like shitloads of gold, then maybe you'll respec a lot. But most of the time, you're gonna feel like you don't really want to and try to respec as little as possible and try to make your character work more. And maybe even make another character and try like another sorcerer build, even if you're playing a sorcerer. So I think it would have a really, really negative impact on the community as a whole if it was free. But I also understand people who want it to be free because their build just got nuked, you know? So when they do those like huge turbo nukes for builds, I do think that they should probably give those a free respec, or just hand out a free respec for the community. But at least making it cheaper is good, because it was too expensive. Trial of the Secumus. There are so many threads on the forum that's like, the Trial of the Secumus fucking sucks ass. Whoever invented this should be fucking fired. Players were finding Trial of the Secumus particularly frustrating in close range, so we reworked how honor damage scales when in close range, as well as fixing an important bug that was causing players to take far too much honor damage from damage over time. Honor damage now scales down based on distance to enemies. When in close range, you'll take 35% less honor damage, tapering off as you are further away from monsters. Fixed a bug where damage over time was dealing thrice as much damage to honor as intended, and fixed a bug where honor resistance was only applying to 2/3 of that damage. This was confusing for us too. Okay. So, yeah, like they are going to try to salvage this. I think this is unsalvageable. I don't think that they should keep honor. I think they should just delete it. And I don't know, man. I think it's a bad mechanic as a whole. Even if they fix honor or whatever, honor is still just bad. Hitter golems no longer use basic attacks and instead now just explode. Serpent Clan's burrow and ambush attack now has improved visual telegraphing and cannot be used from as far away. Volcanoes created by Rattlecage's Fissure Slam now last half the duration. It was literally clogging the arena. If you didn't have enough DPS, the volcanoes would just clog the entire arena and you wouldn't be able to fight anymore. Endgame and monster balance. Generally, the balance in endgame maps was more punishing than intended, so we've toned down the damage in a number of ways and disabled a certain on-death effect where the telegraphing was not as clear as it should have been. Maps no longer have additional elemental resistance penalties. Currently applied at tier 6 and tier 11 or higher maps, it is now consistent across all of the endgame. Okay, so they just removed the 2 last penalties. So the last one is when you like finish Act 6, I guess. Chaos damage now also scales less aggressively over the endgame, which I've heard people saying that chaos damage was super overtuned. Critical strikes from monsters now deal 40% less bonus damage. Thank you. Crits should be... Like, I don't like that monsters can even have crits in reality. But if they do, just 50% bonus damage is good enough. They don't need to have like 300% more damage. Because that just makes... It just makes damage unmanageable. Both for the player and for the developers, balance-wise. I just don't think that they should have like super volatile modifiers like that. It's better to like increase the baseline of damage and have crits that are like just 50%. Instead of making crits that are like 400% crit damage all of a sudden, which you have in PoE 1. Lowered the baseline monster density of breach encounters, primarily by reducing the frequency of the elite monsters appearing. I don't know anything about the endgame because we haven't been there yet. Disabled the volatile crystal modifier. We'll revisit this in the future, pending telegraphing improvements. Like, see, they really love to keep everything that's like not really that fun. No, I've just... Because when you finish the first 3 acts, you have to just start playing again from Act 1. And I just wanted to make new characters. I just wanted to try the other classes. So that's what I've been doing. I've tried all of them now, more or less, and so now I'm just ready to push my my sorceress to endgame now. The Siphon's Flask Charges modifiers on monsters now drains 10 times less flask charges per second. This was unintentionally draining way too many charges. It was very aggressive. Yes. These changes should generally result in an endgame that is much more survivable than before, and we will continue to address problematic cases as they arise. Character and item balance. We've made charm modifiers on belts substantially more common and now appear at much lower levels. I don't think that was a problem. Oh, no. Charm modifiers. That's being able to equip more charms. Yes, that was the problem, indeed. Because you're supposed to be able to equip 3 charms. And that rolls on your belt. But apparently no one has pretty much ever seen charm modifier. Electrocute is now 25% harder to build up, but the damage penalty has been removed from the support gem. Added a new lightning damage and electrocute cluster to the passive tree in between the ranger and monk sections. It is now more difficult to chain freeze enemies by reducing the amount of freeze buildup applied after a freeze has been applied. I don't know what that means. The Hunter's Talisman notable now grants +1 charm slot. Okay. The small passive skills leading up to it now grant the stat it formerly gave. The charm helper text has been updated to indicate that you cannot have more than 3 charms unlocked, so that we can add more sources of it in the future. Skill, oh here's the big one. Skill and support gem balance. Since launch, we've unfortunately had to nerf a few skills that were far too overpowered. How do we define overpowered? Basically, it's a situation in which a certain skill is so powerful that players feel no other method of playing the game is viable. Generally speaking, we are trying to do this in a way that doesn't make a build bad, but we can make mistakes. Ideally, any true meta-shifting changes will only happen at the same time as a content patch with a new league to play in. But that doesn't mean we haven't been looking at underpowered skills and support gems. We've got a number of changes planned which should improve some of these skills. The full list of changes will be in the patch notes, but here is a sample of what you can expect. Improvements to Rolling Slam and all shield skills in the main section. I thought Rolling Slam was actually really good. Like, I'm one of the few that actually like it quite a bit. I think it's one of the best skills for the warrior. I just wish that they had something that you could spam instead of that, so you could use Rolling Slam like once every 6 seconds or something with Fist of War, but improvement to various bow skills, especially the skills used to generate frenzy charges. Improvement to bone spells and chaos damage over time spells in the occult section. That's good for my monk. Improvements to the various crossbow skills, especially those at higher tiers. Improvements to some of the underachieving quarterstaff abilities. Well, they did say the full list of changes will be in the patch notes. So they haven't touched my class. They haven't touched my fire abilities. Maybe. Alongside all of these skill gems improvements, we've also done a pass over the support gems. We've added 2 new supports and removed or lessened the penalties on many others, notably the fire, lightning, and cold exposure supports. Added the Tremors support gem, which can be used to give up to multiple more aftershocks to skills. Up to multiple more, with a damage penalty. Added the Bidding support gem, which can be used to give more damage to the command skill of supported minions. The fire exposure, lightning exposure, and cold exposure support gems no longer penalize damage of supported skills. They now have a monocost multiplier of 120%. When is this in the game? That's a very good question. Let's see if they mention it. There are also some notable nerfs to a few of the remaining overachieving skills. Skeletal Arsonist's spirit cost now match the other 2 skeleton mages. This should result in a slight decrease in the number of arsonists at a higher level. A nerf to the damage over time component on very high levels of Tornado and Vine Arrow. These were never intended to be dealing damage themselves, but more so act as a way for other skills to propagate damage. Magnetic Salvo can now only use your stuck lightning arrows as opposed to those created by your party members. As we wind down for the holiday season, we wanted to thank you all for our most successful launch so far. We could not have done it without all of your support. A lot of our team will begin to take some much needed rest over the next few weeks, but we look forward to getting back in the new year, refreshed and ready for an exciting year of development in 2025. Happy holidays, Exiles. Hog, yes. Log in. Give us 6 portals back. Okay. Well, that seems like a decent patch for now. I wasn't really expecting much at all, really. But we'll see. We'll see what happens when we see the full patch notes. I kind of expected them to mostly focus on like crashes and stuff, but I guess they have programmers who... I mean, they're a big company, so that they have systems programmers and they have field programmers, stuff like that. Maybe. I think there's probably some overlap. Yeah. And there's the loot.
Will be most pleased to see this.
So, are there actually any rules to follow on this map? Last I tried, it didn't work. Like I've tried following the road, But half the time, the road just leads to a dead end. Sometimes it actually leads out. Holy shit, this is so laggy. Christ. Ground is insane. Oh, a chest. So yeah, normally I would just follow the road. Find what we're looking for. And here the road ends. Okay, so once the road ends, what do you do then? You just follow the wall? Ouch, shit. Jesus. Oh, it's not there. Oh. Is that how it is? You have to just find the road again?
Fall before me. There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Yeah, Act 1 is decently done when it comes to the maps.
I cannot control this.
On this map, for example,
This village is beyond
there's a
safety.
castle wall that goes up here somewhere. And you can just go there and follow that to the boss. You need to find a burning house here, though, that has some tools in it. Which can be, like, almost anywhere. But you only need to find that once per league. Like, once you unlock that, it's unlocked on all of your characters, so you don't need to find it anymore. So on this map, we can just head straight up. But in Act 3, all of these rules break down quite significantly. And it feels really awful to find where you need to go in Act 3. It is not good. But I also think Act 3 is the least finished act. You know, except for the ones that are literally not released, of course. So I kind of expect that to change. The Mesoamerican Act, also known as the Brazil Act, that's Act 3.
Stand, take you. By Garukan.
I don't actually know what Mesoamerican means, but I'm gonna assume that means, like, Incas. Aztecs.
Not yet.
Where's this bitch? There's the little hut. Oh. It's further down, I think. There it is. Courtyard of Death. The air sings as the axe swings.
Face your judgment, Marraketh wench.
The Marraketh do not forgive, nor do they forget.
I think this guy might just one slap me. He hits with that. For sure.
Guillotine. Drops. Justice will be served.
That was close. He has two similar slams, and they can be a little bit difficult to tell apart. You have to be so close to the wall, man?
Guillotine. Drops. Your time is up.
And he's dead. It exploded.
His suffering was short-lived. It is a shame.
Can pick that up for money. Kill all his friends. It's just Central America. Aztecs and Mayans. Okay. So where were the Incas? I mean, what's the difference between all of these things?
These walls are oppressive. Who chooses to live this way?
And her loot in?
You found, I think,
Oh, skill points.
haunting. For it isn't.
Level 12 skill gem. That doesn't help us at all. I want druid skills. I want them for my build. There's gonna be some fire spells here that I need. Maybe. Maybe. They're good. I don't use anything. You know what? I'm just gonna keep it.
Their enter.
It's all gone.
Toss it in there.
The villagers. You must do whatever.
And here we are going to intelligence. Just keep going up there. Only 3 more levels, then we have Whispers of Doom. We don't want this. I don't think I want this either. I mean, I'm not sure. What does it say? on temporal chains. First enemies are slowed. Okay. Those are modifiers from debuffs that cause actions to take longer. Slows can apply to a specific stat, such as attack speed or movement speed. If a specific type of slow is not specified, it applies to everything the affected entity does. Slows are always multiplicative with each other. Okay, so you can stack slows. Meaning... when I get this... Hinder is a debuff that slows enemy movement speed by 30%. Okay, so this hinder is only 15%. So that means we will get temporal chains slow multiplied by this. So they will stack together a little bit. All right. That sounds good to me. Good. Oh,
Hello. These are just some odds in it. I will treasure it.
well, this is decent. 23 to Dex isn't great, but it's not bad necessarily. Oh wait, hold on. This one is actually good too. 61 max life, 22 cold res.
It's beautiful. I accept. I like to hold on to bits and pieces.
Gonna sell the Dex one,
Any that catch your eye.
and we'll keep the other one. No, you need to have every resistance maxed eventually. So unless I know that a problematic boss is upcoming, for example, I'm just gonna take whatever I can get.
Owners, you've called.
But you also have to
Not bad.
try to balance it out. Because like right now, I have 54 fire, 45 cold, but 25 lightning, which is bad. Which means we have to try to get lightning somewhere, but right now I'm not having much luck. Chaos resistance isn't as important as the others until you get to late game. In Act 3, there's a little bit more chaos stuff. Poison is chaos, and there's a bit of poison in Act 3. So, like, if you can get one item with like 10% chaos stress or something, that helps a little bit. But otherwise, you're mostly fine having chaos at 0 until you get to Act 6 plus or whatever, you know. The other ones are more important because they're much more common. And the chaos damage that you do have to deal with is usually manageable on lower levels, because it's usually like some poison dot or whatever. And you have these charms. Used when you become poisoned, grants immunity to poison. So I have this equipped to deal with poison, which usually just takes care of the problem at that point. But the first boss in Act 1, for example, is mainly a physical damage and cold damage boss. So in one of the quests you get to choose a charm that you can put in your belt. If you just pick the cold resistance charm, that's gonna help a lot with the boss. And also if you just find gear that has cold resistance and you just focus on picking that up first and putting that on first, that also just makes the first boss really easy. But for physical damage, what matters the most is life. Because if you're playing like evasion, you don't have any physical damage mitigation. So you're just reliant on life. If you're playing a witch or a sorceress, you're usually gonna use energy shield. I'm using armor energy shield because I like having that little bit of extra mitigation. I feel like it just feels more reliable to me. But energy shield is just like extra health that recharges. It's Halo. It's a Halo shield. It recharges after a while, which you can spec to make it more fast and whatnot. And armor is just physical mitigation. But if you're not playing a warrior, you know, like even if you take armor or you equip armor, if you don't have any of these nodes here that give you more increased armor, they're mostly down here, then it's going to be half as effective. So playing an armor monk doesn't really work, right? The only way to play an armor monk is if you go all the way down here. Or if you just start as a mercenary and just play mercenary with a quarterstaff. If you don't really care about the monk ascendancies, you can just do it that way. Because you don't need to be a monk to use a quarterstaff. So it helps. What is that? 20% increased rarity of items found, used when you kill a rare or unique enemy. A magic pint charm? Okay, that's kind of cute. What? You do get blocked in sometimes. It's one of the bigger problems. I mean, I don't think it's actually that big of a problem in and of itself. It's just that sometimes you don't really have the tools to deal with enemies rushing you and like surrounding you or blocking you into a corner. But a lot of the classes do. So I don't know if I think it's a problem that you get boxed in or that it's a problem that we don't have the abilities to deal with it properly at this point. In some cases. Because like I'm playing a fire sorceress, right? Which means I'm going mostly for ignite and fire damage. But even so, most of my damage is actually generic damage. See over here, I have like 70, what is this? Yeah, this is 70% increased elemental damage. And here I have 30% increased elemental damage if you've ignited an enemy recently. Over here, I have damage penetrates 6%, 15% fire resistance. And that helps with fire resistant mobs. Over here, we have more increased damage with hits against enemies affected by elemental ailments. So in reality, this is the only fire stuff I have. The rest is just generic elemental damage. So right now, I could equip Ice Nova and spec Ice Nova to do a lot of damage, like quickly, and freeze enemies nearby. So if I do get swarmed, I can just freeze them. But I don't want to do that because I'm autistic and I only want to play fire. So
I can't do that yet. Bye.
but I am working on a solution to the problem, which is getting... There's a curse called Temporal Chains that slow enemies, right? So that's what I'm going to use. And I'm already speccing to making the curse bigger and stronger to slow enemies even more. Because right now I am playing a Chronomancer, which... This is my ascendancy, I'm a Chronomancer, so it fits into that a little bit. I get time freeze here and shit. And, oh, if this stacks, maybe I should take this one. Then it'd be even more. Oh. And what I'm gonna do then, right now, if we look at my gems, I have a skill called Blasphemy equipped. Turns socketed curse skills into vile auras, applying their effects to all nearby enemies. So right now I'm running that with a fire curse to make everything have less fire resistance. But I'm going to replace that with the slow curse, so that every single enemy that's close to me is going to move at like 20 to half speed, or 20% slower to 50% slower or something with all the buffs. Yeah, you can change them. They are a little bit of a commitment, because you had to invest in them a little bit. But you can, like, it's just about farming drops, and then you invest that into something else.
I need more time.
So, alright, let me kill these guys. So the way it works is from quests and from monster drops, you get these uncut skill gems. And if you just use one of those, this is a level 12 skill gem. That means that we can't pick level 13 skill gems yet. This is a higher tier that we don't have access to yet. And we can pick everything below, and we'll get a level 12 version of that skill. Which means, like, even Frost, Ice Nova, the first tier ones, and Spark aren't useless. Except for Flame Wall, it's garbage. But all the other ones are still, like, viable as main spells. And then as you progress, you keep dropping higher and higher levels of these, and then you can upgrade the spells that you have. And but what happens is that in here, in your skill list here, this is where I have Fireball equipped, for example. But you can see that Fireball only has 2 slots here, while Solar Orb has 3. And that's because you drop items called Jeweler's Orbs, I think. So first you start dropping lesser Jeweler's Orbs, and then you can use that on a skill to unlock the next slot. And then you drop Jeweler's Orbs, and then you can use that to get the 5th one, and then you find one called a Perfect Jeweler's Orb that can unlock the 6th one, which you find in, like, late maps and in grind areas. But then if you want to try a new spell, it's gonna start on just 2 slots. So that's where the investment comes in. What do you put in these slots? Well, that depends on the skill a little bit. For example, this is Solar Orb. When I use it right now, it looks like this. Right, that's the size of it. And then here, what I slot into this one is expands. Supported skills have 50% more area of effect. Supported skills have plus 6 seconds to cooldown. And then I also put in magnified effect. You see, this one doesn't change the mana cost, but this one does. Cost multiplier 120%. Supported skills have 40% more area of effect. And I also put this one in. Supported spell skills have 10% less cast speed. Supported skills deal 25% more damage with spell hits. Now when I cast it, it looks like that. And there's plenty of different skill gems that you can put into things. Some depends on what the spell is. For example, this one, Ember Fusillade. When I press it, it summons a bunch of little fire orbs that then shoot out towards targets in the area. This is one of my main boss damage spells right now. But if we take out these skill gems, or these support gems, and I use it now it's supposed to summons one. And I have to cast it like 8 times before it does its thing. That sucks. So what I do is I put in Unleash. Supported spells gain a seal every 200% of cast time to a maximum of 2 seals. Supported spells are unsealed when cast, and their effects reoccur for each seal lost. Supported skills deal 50% less damage when reoccurring. So if I put that in there, Ember Fusillade gets a little counter that counts up from 0 to 2. So now when I cast it, the spell gets cast 3 times in a row, just at 50% less damage, right? So now I can just summon 3 immediately, and they just like that. But the skill has... Part of the skill's function is embers deal 5% more damage for each previous ember fired in sequence. So you want to shoot as many as you can in one go. So right now we're only shooting 3. Then I put this in, Scattershot. Supported skills deal 20% less damage. Supported skills fire 2 additional projectiles. Supported skills have 20% less attack and cast speed. So now when I press the button, every time it reoccurs, it's going to summon 1 plus 2 projectiles. So now it summons 9. So now I'm just maxing it out and getting the full thing there. It does do less damage, but it's a lot more useful, because I don't have to sit there and cast the fucking thing manually the whole time. And then here, because I'm using this as a single target spell, I'm giving it more area damage, less area of effect. So then it just less good for clearing, more for boss damage. But you can put like chain on it, for example. And then each one of these little balls are going to hit a mob and then chain to 2 other mobs, you know, and then that'll work more as a clearing spell. But I only use this as a crutch because all the other spells are garbage. So yeah, you know, it works just like this. Except you drop something called an uncut support skill gem. There, and we can pick that up too. So here we have a tier 2 uncut support gem. If we look at Living Bomb, or yeah, let's look at Living Bomb. Here you have recommended gems for Living Bomb. Living Bomb works just like in World of Warcraft. You put it on something, after a little duration, it explodes. but you can only have one active. So here they have the recommended ones. This is just more damage. Cannot deal critical hits. Skill, supported skill have 30% less skill effect duration. That means it's gonna explode faster. Overabundance. Supported skills have +1 to limit, which means I can have 2 living bombs. Supported skills have 50% less skill effect duration as well. And for living bomb, that's just a good thing, because it wants to explode faster. So for this, I can have 2, and it just explodes faster. So that's what I'm using. And then you have other things here, like this one gives you more crit rate every second that you haven't used, like crit with the spell, etc, etc, etc. This is just +1 level to the skill. More elemental damage, cannot inflict elemental ailments. But then you can also uncheck the show recommended gems button. And now you can see everything that you can put into this specific gem. Not everything here works very well. For example, break armor equal to 15% of physical damage dealt by supported skill. It just deals fire damage, so this doesn't work. But there are other things here that you can use. Enemies ignited by supported skills have 60% chance to explode on death. 40% more chance to critically hit, 8 seconds to cooldown. And right now I can't pick the tier 3 ones because tier 3 drops much later in. And then you also have spirit gems. Here next to my health bar, I have something called spirit. If I turn off blasphemy, I gain 60 spirit here. And the spirit is used to enable like self buffs and auras, special functions like that. And here I can pick cast on ignite. It costs 60 spirit, and then I can like slot in spells there that get automatically cast when I ignite enemies. Same with these here. Raging Spirit summons a little flaming skull every time you cast a fire spell. Blink changes your dodge roll into a teleport. Archmage, this is what people play right now, gives you more lightning damage based on your maximum mana. And all classes have a couple of these, except for those that aren't in yet. The Mercenary and the Warrior seem to share Herald of Ash. I wonder if that's intended, or if it's just kind of like that for now. There are also defensive ones, like Wind Dancer gives you more evasion every 1.4 seconds up to 3 stacks. And once you get hit, it like explodes out and enemies get knocked away from you. The Witch and the Sorceress, they don't share any, but that doesn't matter, because you can just pick whichever you want. Like if you play a Sorceress, you don't have to pick these. You can pick the Witch ones. They're kind of just split between the classes, because both the Sorceress and the Witch are pure int classes, but the Witch is thematically more revolving around chaos damage and summons and stuff like that, curses, while the Sorceress is more about elemental damage. So they split them in like that thematically, but also stat-wise, because the Warrior, it's all physical damage stuff, and to use this you need 72 strength, 72 strength, 73 strength, 73 dex, 133 strength for Berserk, etc, etc. So that's how they're split out. But basically, rule of thumb, if you play any class, like this part of the tree here, this is the intelligence part of the tree. It mostly has spell damage, minions, versus elemental damage, chaos damage. This here is the strength int. This is the dex int part of the tree. Rule of thumb is you can move one over very easily. So like if you want to play a sorceress with a quarterstaff, fight in melee, and be more like a monk, you can. You just go over here and it's usually fine. But if you want to be a sorceress that wants to use, you know, dexterity strength armor, it's the literal opposite side of the tree, and traveling here is very difficult. But doable. Quinn is doing that. He's playing a blood mage witch, and he went like all the way over here and down all the way here, and he's down here now. So it is doable, but it's usually edge cases and like very more specific things. While if you're just going over one step, you can pretty much just play it the way you want. So yeah, the starting class only determines where you start on the tree and which ascendancies you can pick from. Like I'm playing a Chronomancer, that's 1 out of 3 ascendancies for the Sorceress, and only the Sorceress can be a Chronomancer. Does Quinn do calcs? He does very good paint calcs, yes. And he is usually the smartest one in the room, which I love. His calcs look so retarded and it sounds so stupid, but he's almost always right. And everyone in chat is just calling him retarded the whole time, but he's almost always right. I love it. But yeah, that's basically how it works. He's fat? Yeah. Very original. Keto works, but not when you're cheating with like hamburgers and shit constantly. That's what I'm doing. And that's why I'm fat. So I haven't been cheating with hamburgers. I've been cheating with candy bars literally every single day. I think I might have diabetes. Like, unironically. What, getting diabetes? Yeah. I'm trying to stop. And can the boss be this direction? No, I think the manor is always over here. I think this map is pretty similar every time, more or less. Like, to the northwest, you have the Hanged Man. The Hanged Man always drops a support gem. Good to know. Because when you start a new character, you're usually very starved on support gems and skill gems and stuff. But later on, you have infinite. And also, secret tech. If you want to farm something, like, let's say you want support gems, and you know now that the Hanged Man always drops support gems. When you enter, like if you go in here, and then you want to go out and get another support gem, if you hold control and click the door, it opens up an instance manager and create a new instance which resets them. And you can go and farm that support gem. I don't think there is actually a support gem that changes the damage type of spells right now. There are usually solutions to like what you want to do with that. For example, you can make lightning freeze, for example. But to do that, you pretty much have to have some unique or play a Stormweaver. Because the Stormweaver has an ascendancy node that makes like all damage can chill. The Archmage build, does it add lightning damage based on your mana or increase lightning damage? It adds lightning damage. So you can play Ice Archmage builds as long as it's a hit-based spell. Like I have Firewall, for example. Firewall doesn't hit, it just does like damage over time. That wouldn't work. So yeah, you can do like cold and lightning that way. And it's actually not that bad either, because on the tree, this is actually different from PoE 1, but in PoE 1 you usually hyper specialized. So you just went fire damage. But here, if we type in fire, you have this big thing up here. This thing is actually not that good. If you really want to specialize in fire, you can go and get this. But it's like one of the worst ways of getting elemental damage even at. Over just going here and grabbing like this thing that just gives you elemental damage. But as you see here, small nodes give me 10% increased elemental damage. And the big node gives me 30% increased elemental damage if you've ignited an enemy recently. But this one gives you a 30% increased elemental damage if you've shocked an enemy recently. So if you go fire spells with lightning as Archmage, then you can do this in one spell, and then that becomes really strong. And yes, mixed is an actual build. In fact, the game really promotes using more than one ability, I would say. So you can do all three, yeah. There. Kill these guys.
Fire, take you.
There are even support gems. Or let's go Fireball. It all the way at the bottom. This is one thing. Supported skills cannot inflict freeze, shock, or ignite. Supported skills consume freeze, shock, and ignite on hit to trigger elemental discharge. An elemental discharge, consuming freeze deals 30 to 50% of your intelligence as cold damage. Same fire, same lightning damage. So you can have like 3 spells that just apply shock, ignite, and freeze. And then you have one spell that hits them with this and they'll explode, right? But there's another one. Here it says shocks from supported skills do not expire on ignited enemies. There's another one I'm looking for. This is another one just like the previous one we looked at, I think. No. This is the one we looked at. Yeah, that's elemental discharge. I don't know where it is. Let's type element Rising Tempest. There it is. Supported skills deal 12% more elemental damage for each skill used recently of a different elemental type. And recently is the past 4 seconds. And it's actually if you play all 3 elements, you can pick more powerful support gems for all your spells, because you can only pick one of these for your character. So like if I have Eternal Flame equipped on Fireball, I can't use it on Flame Wall or Living Bomb or whatever. And it's a little bit arbitrary, but the reason for that is so that you don't just go Eternal Flame on every single skill, and then you just go, you know, Ignition on every single skill, because that's the most damage you can get no matter what. That's how PoE 1 is. You put the same skill supports into every single skill. Always, pretty much. And they might as well just remove them at that point. Like, it doesn't do... It's literally just more damage. More damage, more damage. So... for example, what you can do, Arc is, there's a spell called Arc, that's Chain Lightning, and you can put Chain on it. It makes it do 50% less damage with hits, but it gains +1 Chain, and it also gains 100% more chains, so it makes Arc go from like 3 to 8 chains or something like that. And then you can use that as a way to like clear lots of white trash monsters, but you can also put Hourglass on it to give it a 10-second cooldown for 40% more damage, if that's what you like. You know, you have a spell that you just use sometimes. Or you put Unleash on it, because Unleash is like a pseudo cooldown, and that makes it cast the spell 3 times in a row, but weaker, so it's gonna be worse for shocking. Hourglass makes it stronger for shock. Bigger hits, better shocks, better ignites, better freeze, etc. But Unleash would be like better DPS and whatnot. Are they all just dots? No, Ignite is a dot. Freeze is a stun, like they're frozen, but you can also shatter the freeze with certain skills. Like here, you have Cold Snap.
Cold Snap explodes the ice on frozen enemies, dealing a lot of damage in a small area. You can also cast it on a Frostbolt to explode the bolt and deal damage in a larger area.
Yeah. Cold Snap explodes frozen enemies. You can also explode the Frost Wall.
Frost Wall creates a wall of solid ice. These
With
ice
Cold Snap, I
crystals can
think.
be damaged. If the crystals are destroyed or pushed hard enough, they will explode.
Actually, I'm not sure if you can, but I think you can. And Shock makes your hits do more damage. I think it only applies to hits, but it might apply to dots too. I don't think so, though. So, and your ignites are based on the damage of the hit that caused it. So, if you shock an enemy heavily first, and then you cast like Fireball or whatever on it to ignite it, then the ignite will be stronger. For example.
Frost Wall creates a wall of solid ice.
Oh yeah, you did say something about quarterstaves. Can you pick that and still have skill points to go with a specific weapon, like quarterstaves, like you mentioned earlier? In theory, but the way PoE 2 works is up here you have 2 weapon sets, and by default you will get like 20 weapon set points. So you can either just spend your skill points normally and not bother with that, or when you have a skill point, you can choose to distribute it only in weapon set 1, and then you can go in here and pick these cold nodes, and then on weapon set 2, like, you go in here and just pick the fire nodes, and that way you can specialize a little bit in 2 different things. For example, if you're playing a mercenary down here, there's a lot of melee nodes and there are a lot of crossbow nodes. So you can have both a crossbow and a melee weapon. Use both and it'll automatically swap between them. The swap has a lot of limitations, like you can't really play a minion build and swap, because the minion build relies on a weapon called a scepter, which comes with a lot of spirit. Minions reserve spirit to exist, so if you swap that away, all your minions just die. But yes, so if you want to try playing like a quarterstaff build with spells, you can start as a monk, and you can. It's a little bit difficult, but like you can try to build around critical hits. Just baseline. There's a lot of good critical hit nodes here. There's critical hit there. And then if you go up here, you have critical hits here. And then you can go up here and you can specialize in elemental damage. Right? And both of these will work for hit-based melee and spells. But then when you come over here, there's a lot of stuff here that gives spell damage. Spell skills fire additional projectiles. Over here you have attack damage. And you kind of need to have attack damage. And you need to have, but like if you do an elemental based build, that's a lot easier, because there is elemental damage here that's pretty easy to take, like right away. As a monk, you go up here and grab that. If you start as a sorceress, you know, you can literally just path straight there like this immediately, or you can go through here and get a little bit of spell damage, and you know, maybe get some elemental damage here, or like one of them or whatever, then go over there, and you can respec this later too, because it kind of sucks in the beginning if you don't get this, because like, what is this, 10%, 20, 28, 36, 56% more damage, and you can imagine not having 56% more damage immediately is going to be dog shit. Because that's a lot of fucking damage. And that's the problem I did with my monk when I was playing monk. Because in the beginning here, you get skill speed, 10% attack damage, 10% attack damage, attack speed. And then here you get 36% increased damage if you dealt a critical hit in the past 8 seconds. And then I kind of just went over here, got some spell damage here, and then I took this crit stuff here. This crit gives you 20%, 70% increased damage if you've dealt a crit in the past 8 seconds. But it was still like not enough, because I was taking these chaos damage nodes to scale spells and shit, and it just wasn't working out. So I kind of spec'd out of that and just went attack damage and stuff for a while. And then I'm gonna try speccing into spells more for my second set. But you also have to remember that you only have 20 points that you can split between the two. And there is a little bit of a lag when you switch between the two weapon sets. Because they actually physically switch. But it's like half a second. Like, I don't think it's a problem. I barely notice it. And in your skills here, you go into the details for a skill, and then down here you pick used with weapon set 1 or 2. And that's how you determine which weapon it's gonna switch to. But usually, like, if you have spells, you have to say you're gonna use this staff. Because otherwise, like, you can cast spells with a quarterstaff, but you don't get any bonuses because it doesn't have spellcasting bonuses. While melee spells you can only, or melee attacks you can only use with a melee weapon, so it'll automatically swap to the melee weapon. If both are set. So yes, you are supposed to be able to dual specialize in this game.
The time is nigh.
Quinn is
Our
about to die.
triumph
Oh,
is at
poor guy.
hand.
There he is.
Pushing a
Just
boss.
man. Nothing more. By Garukan!
Lost the game.
Sucks.
What is this guy doing?
The 2 extra mod rare thing is just bullshit, bro.
Oh, he's doing ultimatum. Yeah.
God damn it. Alright, well, there you go. Just wasting my time. So.
Oh, he didn't die.
Hey, when's the patch coming? Can the patch, I can't, dude. Bro, that guy's bullshit.
He's right.
That guy's bullshit, okay?
Almost everything in ultimatum is bullshit.
Like
The emote plugin? Oh, which one? Ranker Z? Twitch TT, whatever? I don't know what they're called anymore. Yeah, why wouldn't they type fast just for fun? And I am exploding here. These guys do chaos damage, I think. 2 levels away from the additional curse. I need to get this because I'm going to use temporal chains as an aura to slow everything around me. But I also need the fire curse because sometimes mobs are fire resistant, and it just also helps you do more damage on bosses. So need to grab this so I can use the curse as an aura to slow everything, and also just cast the fire curse normally. Curse is a curse. Curse. Oh, did my camera die? So I bought a new webcam because I thought it was my webcam. So I should just install this. This is a piece of shit Chinese brand that literally doesn't even have a website. The company doesn't exist online. But yeah, this is a curse. Curses all targets in an area after a short delay, lowering their fire resistance. Curse applies after... Hold on. Curse applies after 1 second delay. Curse radius is 2 meters. Curse duration is 7 seconds. It's 6 seconds by default. Cursed enemies have -35 to fire resistance. The main issue with curses is that they cost an absolute truckload of mana to use, so you can't just put it on any class. You need to be able to use them. There are some ways to like get around that. As a monk, you can. Mana does scale off int. You get 2 mana per point of intelligence. You get in Path of Exile 1, you get more stuff from the stats. You get life, you get flat life, and you get increased melee damage, I think. It's either melee or physical damage. And you also got like evasion and accuracy from dexterity, and you got intelligence and energy shield from intelligence. But in this game, you only get 2 points of life per point of strength, 2 points of mana per point of intelligence, and you get some accuracy from picking dexterity. So you have to, if you're playing melee, you have to go in and you have to check. Or skill. Spells don't have accuracy, so I don't have it. But in here, under like damage or something, it's gonna say your current accuracy rating and estimated chance to hit. That's not 100%. You go get a little bit of dexterity. Pretty much. There are also nodes that give you accuracy. Here, for example, with the monk, you can get 26% increased accuracy rating, but you also gain accuracy rating equal to your intelligence. So if you're gonna play some kind of intelligence hybrid, you can do this and it'll probably solve all your accuracy problems. And there's still more that we haven't even touched on, like power charges and whatnot. But yeah. Over here you have more elemental stuff. This one is a little bit different. Increased duration of elemental ailments. That's also something you need. Increased chance to afflict ailments against rare or unique enemies. This one is good. But yep. Where is this boss? Need swords. The only thing that I've seen about swords is this. If you go down here. But you can't see it here anymore. I thought it was here you could see it. Wonder where they found it then. Anyway, there's a tooltip you can check for swords somewhere that say that swords like revolve around elemental attacks and whatnot. So we're gonna be seeing a lot of elemental attacks with physical and elemental stuff with the swords when those come. Because they know people want to play like spell blade characters. They know it's kind of difficult to actually mix. Or was, at least. You move away from there. I want to be able to move behind you. Okay, there we go. Two slows. I think we're actually doing pretty decent damage. Like we are doing bad damage, but it's actually not that slow. Like my monk was 10 times slower than this in like every single boss. But my warrior was like 3 times faster than this. There we go.
Go now, defiler of flame. I'm carrying enough already.
I don't really need mana. Like, playing a pretty low, intense, a not very mana intense build. So I feel quite fine. Increased charges. I'll take it. This boss is here, that means that the stairs should be down here. Maybe? Perhaps? I actually really like the Chronomancer Ascendancy. A lot of people were giving it shit, but it was mostly because they were autistic. Like, the time stop spell, what it actually does is it's like a unique form of freeze or stun. It just stops the enemies from acting. But a lot of people were like, oh, it doesn't actually stop the time in the area, so if people run in, they're like not affected by it. And I'm like, I don't care. Like, I'm fine with what it does right now. This spell is just so good that I don't care. This is so OP. Porting back in time. The Stormweaver also, both the monk. Oh, fucking Jesus fucking Christ! They just stabbed me to fucking death. Yes, and it would also be weird in multiplayer. Like, this game is mainly a single player game, I would say. But oh fucking Jesus Christ! What is happening here? Officer's crazy.
I have no space for that.
Yeah, they're just chucking spears at me and it's just hitting every single time and doing like turbo damage. What the fuck? But my damage reduction is atrocious, so. Yeah, you go. I want to pick up those boots. I wish they would stop coming.
I must travel light. Will of the Marrakesh. Die forgotten.
Another yellow guy. Jesus Christ. This guy has volatile crystals. This is what people have been bitching about a little bit. It just puts purple shit on the ground. It doesn't do anything. It's just like when it dies, all the purple crystals explode. And you die because you forgot about them.
A rare treasure.
Let's go back to town. I am looking for better armor, but it can be really hard. That probably gets overwhelming. It's not. The thing is, when it comes to on-death effects like that, the reason people don't like them is because they're not like it's not difficult or anything like that. It's just annoying. It's never going to kill you except for when you just get bored of it and just like zone out a little bit, and then you die because you won, and you're like, yeah, I won, and then it just explodes.
Deal.
Like, it's not a challenging mechanic. It's just annoying.
Bye then.
And everything that is superior or has sockets, we go here and we smash it in the salvage bench. Rares, we disenchant. That gives us regal shards.
It seems shadows
This we
hunt us
use,
both.
8% increased life. What about this new flask here? Uses charges per use. Yeah, sure. What about this golden charm we found?
Now is
Increased
not the
rarity
time
of
for
items
that.
found. Reduced charges per use. Recover 4 mana when used. I don't understand that roll. Like, why am I recovering 4 mana? I have 500 mana right now. Why am I recovering 4 mana? It's a maximum roll too, like, and it can only be used once. It has 80 charges and it uses 60 charges to be used once, and then you have to kill monsters to get more charges.
Hey.
Anyway, what does the
This is good
NPC
to
have?
see. I've collected these over time. What do you think?
1% increased spell damage. Nothing particularly good.
It seems shadows haunt us both.
What have we got?
What about you?
Take a look.
This armor is actually really fucking good. The only thing about it... Oh, it's actually quite high level. You know what? Let's exalt this. Nice, it got 7 max life. 9 cold rest. But yeah. 7 max life. So what it actually got, the 7 max life is a hybrid roll. The only way I know this is because I played PoE 1. But it gives you increased armor and it gives you maximum life as like hybrid. So you can roll increased armor twice with that. And that's what we got. So we actually got more armor on this. And we got some cold rest. I think that was worth it. What about these gloves? Armor, increased movement speed, life. Let's exalt these. Stun threshold. Increased armor. Reduced attribute requirements. Fuck. Yeah, I haven't really spec'd much into it. I just kind of went down here. This is where the Templar starts and the Druid. Ooh. I just went down here because it gives you a little bit of life regen. 5% of damage taken recouped as life. That means that you regain that life over 8 seconds. And it just has a little bit of damage there. You know what? Actually, now that I actually look at this, it doesn't actually give you any armor at all. Yep, 10% increased damage, 10% increased critical hit chance. The only thing it doesn't apply to is minions. Minions specifically need to be minions deal more damage, because they don't count as you. Playing hybrid minion right now is actually quite difficult. I'd say. Pretty much have to be just a minion build. Because you can't have a staff and a scepter. So you're just gonna lose out on a lot of damage there. And that means you won't be able to weapon swap. So you won't be able to use your weapon set stuff. So you pretty much have to go just minion stuff. Which is not great. Like, I think they should manage to make minions work with weapon swapping, but I don't know how they would do that. Affect your minions in different ways? Not... Well, kind of, yes. Not on the tree, not much. Because... Well... You might have, like, 2 scepters, but there's no real point in doing that either. Like, there are different focuses that you can do. Up here, for example, minions have increased crit chance. Minions have increased evasion rating. Your dexterity is added to your minions. And that means that they're gonna get accuracy. So you can do this to help your minions have more accuracy and shit. Up here, you have minions have 10% chance to inflict with it. Withered increases chaos damage taken by 5% up to 10 times, which is really strong because it scales all of your damage. You know, damage taken is always better than increased damage done. Pretty much. And here you can get minions get physical damage as chaos, so you can go and make your minions deal some chaos damage and shit. But otherwise it's mostly just more minion damage, give them resistances. This is just revive faster, increase cooldown recovery, blah 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 blah. But if you look at occult here, occult is the witch. You have a skeleton warrior, skeletal sniper. You have unearth, which summons little bone constructs. You have a skeletal arsonist, skeletal frost mage, raised zombie, skeletal reaver, skeletal storm mage, skeletal brute, skeletal cleric. So those are all of the ones that are currently in the game. And so you can kind of customize your minion army in whatever way you want. Most of them reserve spirit. You get 100 spirit baseline from finishing the story. Scepters can have between like 100 to 250 spirit on them. You can get maybe 75 spirit from a necklace, around 60 maximum best piece. So you can have quite a lot of minions from your spirit pool. And some of them have commands. Like the Frost Mage is an active button where you tell him to like blast stuff with an ice spell.
They can be commanded to unleash a powerful frost explosion.
It's like a little puff of
Skeletal frost mages
stuff there. The Storm Mage, you do.
Skeletal storm mages deal high lightning damage but have low life. You can command them to call down lightning bolts on all fallen skeleton minions in the area. These bolts create shocked ground, which increases the damage taken by monsters standing on it.
Yeah, so if you have minions that die, go in and die, you can abilities there. I don't think the cleric, the reaver
Skeletal Reavers are
has a
aggressive
command to
skeletons
enrage
that
them.
can become enraged. Command them to enrage, and they will become stronger and faster as they attack.
But they lose damage, or they lose life as they're enraged. Skeletal Arsonist, I think they just go in and suicide bomb when you press the button.
Arsonists deal high fire damage but have low life. They can be commanded to
Detonates.
detonate other minions that are close to death. When
Oh,
you see this
yeah.
red indicator, it means that the minion can be detonated.
Yeah, that's what a Skeletal Arsonist does. The sniper fires a gas cloud, or a gas arrow creates a gas cloud that you can then ignite. Warriors are just warriors. The zombies are a little bit different. They actually use corpses to create temporary minions. They don't use any spirit, so that you can use that as a way to play minions in a more active way. And this is something you actually can play as a hybrid if you want, because it doesn't use spirit. And you can actually play hybrid kind of by just using the spirit on your armor and your necklace and your base spirit, but you get a lot less minions, like 200 minions. That's like 10 plus skeletal warriors minimum. So you get quite a lot less. But if you're playing a hybrid, you might be more melee, and you might be tanking, so you might not need a bunch of warriors, so you can still have like powerful lightning mages or something. So like it might be semi-viable. And I just talked too much and I lost my portal. But whatever. Put this gunk away. And it is just skeletons right now. There's supposed to be another spell called Raise Spectre that lets you basically add any creature in the game, except for bosses, of course, to like a roster or a bestiary. And then you can summon copies of that monster as specters. And that's something that I really want to try playing with. But it's not in the game yet because it's too complicated. They hadn't finished it properly.
Hey, take a party.
And in PoE 1 there were golems and stuff like that to summon as well, so I'm sure that will come later. Alright, let's go back in here. Now we have slightly more armor. I kind of think that I need to take defensive stuff now. I'm gonna go get that first thing, and then I'm gonna have to spend like the next 10 levels getting the energy shield nodes. I'm surprised I've managed this long, but playing ranged is a lot easier than playing melee when it comes to survivability.
I can't do that yet.
Is this guy invulnerable? Oh shit. Where'd all my damage go? Oh fuck.
Didn't break a sweat.
Oh, he has proximal tangibility. That means that you need to stand close to him, I think. Else you can't do damage. It doesn't have a good visual indicator that it's a thing. There. Oh shit! Fucking hell!
Will of the Marrakech.
So I will say within the first 30 levels, you should get defensive nodes. You should have like at least 50% increased whatever your defenses are. And within the first 50, I would say 100%. I have 0%, which is pretty bad. Which is why every single hit is doing like full damage. Use that. Because otherwise the enemies will do. Since you're gonna play hardcore, why do I have 0? The reason there is actually a very good reason why I have 0% increased. And it's because my build is fucking crap and dog shit. So I have been struggling really hard to get damage to be able to progress and kill the boss. So I haven't been able to afford to get armor. You know what? We can kill the boss again. Maybe he dropped something. Because like my armor is actually really good, but I don't have any increase, so I just have like armor. Yeah, of course you have to play hardcore right from the get-go, without knowing anything in a game with a bunch of bugs and bad balance all over the place. And without knowing anything or how to build a character and how to... You don't have to play hardcore. Yeah, you should stream. If I have time to watch whenever you're streaming, like... Time zones are retarded.
First ones,
What
hear
foul
our
energy gives
laments.
life to you?
Sanity recedes ever further into the dark. Shadows hover above us, in the corners, watching and waiting. What sickness has come among us that so unsettles our minds?
Oh shit, it's 1 o'clock. Jesus fucking Christ.
Strike. Nowhere is safe.
Time flies when you are explaining video games to noobs. Webcam? What? The OCAP dots? Or are you gonna become a VTuber? Be a little clown girl with green hair. Eagle shards. And advanced pelt mantle. That's good, actually. That's good. That's trash. You don't want to be a VTuber? What's wrong with VTubers? Make all the money. Downright corny? Well, yeah. If you become a VTuber, you might not have to go to school. You can just sit there and play video games. I know you're a rich boy.
Die, scum!
Yeah, you're a lucky boy. Didn't know there was a difference. Old rest physical thorns. Okay. Parents are in my ass, even though I got enough money for like 5 more years of bumming it out. Yeah. Because your parents... Well, I mean... I'm just assuming that your parents are rich too. But maybe it's all just lucking out on crypto and living in Brazil. The money is actually worth like 100 times more than it would be in the real world.
You can rest when you're dead. Keep digging.
Upper middle class? That's rich. If you have a house in Brazil, you're basically rich. If you're not living in the favela and if you're not connecting to the internet through your mobile phone stored in a Tupperware box outside of your house, then you're rich. I literally, like, I always bring that up. I literally knew a guy when I was in like game dev servers who did that. He was a game developer from Brazil, and that's how he connected to the internet. he put his cell phone as a hotspot outside of his house on top of a stump in a Tupperware box. Otherwise he couldn't get connection. But like the other Brazilians I know, like we have 2 Brazilians on the team, but also I know Brazilians on Twitter other than you. Like Eric's computer breaks like 3 times a year, either from and Eric is also like upper middle class. He's a veterinarian in Brazil. You don't become that unless you're upper middle class. But his computer breaks like 3 or 4 times a year, either just from sea salt, which is hilarious to me, or from the power company just breaking his computer. And then we have Albine, our resident Brazilian boy. He's like, every time he's out going to the grocery store or something, he's like hearing gunshots and shit. Yeah. Everyone in Brazil has a gas or something like that. Surge protector. But even those break. You had a rich friend. Okay. Got the rich friends support group. Brazilian crypto Discord server.
Fall before me.
The people I knew when I was in uni, they were actually doing Bitcoin mining and stuff, and they were talking about it. But I was just I couldn't get into it. I didn't have the even be school. It was when Bitcoin was new, but it's always, you know, no matter what. I wish I got into Bitcoin so I was rich now. I think I genuinely couldn't have figured it out either. Bitcoin wallets and shit like that are fucking confusing. You basically had to have like a tech bro in your group who helped everybody set it up. I will not be streaming. I'm gonna kill this boss and then I'm going to stop streaming.
Yes,
And I'm going to be up way too late.
Don't stop.
I
The
know
yeah.
beast
what it is.
hungers.
See you around,
It
dude.
is not good.
Boss time. We do have 64% cold res, but yeah, I'm more worried about all his melee damage. Wonder if this boss is actually fun, if it's hard, or if it's just gonna be.
This interloper has the power we need. Kill her, and you shall have everything I promise.
On normal, you kind of just walk around him and you can't do anything.
This time, I'll remove your head myself.
I think not, Mad Wolf. Fire
Easy.
takes you.
Like, all of his attacks are just like that.
Run, little rabbit.
Like, he just runs off into the wrong direction.
Easy prey. You'll pay with your life.
It's that one. I'm not really sure how to dodge that. If you're just supposed to dodge it or what. But how are people getting one-shotted? Not even getting one-shotted by his one-shot attack.
Open the cage.
On Cruel without armor.
What you promised.
I think not. I expect so much more.
Like, you just strafe around him. He can't hit you.
To do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye, husband.
Manipulative whore. How dare you?
Okay, so you just dodge close to him, I think?
I've given you.
Fire takes you.
The air grows colder. Agnar the Impaler. As swift as death. And imbued by the moon. Cursed or gifted. Branded and afflicted.
I like it. I think this is the best boss in the game so far.
Agnar shall slay again. I smell
In every way, genuine. Like,
an iron ravener.
his patterns, the presentation, all of it. It's just top notch here. It's way better than Act 2, and Act 3 boss is just terrible.
I will take out your
Take it, fuck bitch.
I will take out your heart and savor each bite. Desolation. Your pulse quickens. The eternal impure, with bloodlust empowered. Our Ezemir endured, but soon all were devoured. In unending war, death waited at the door. Then hour by hour, men fell as summer sour.
Oh!
Desolation. Solstice of pain. I will take out your heart
That.
and savor each bite. Freezing gale.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah. But yes, genuinely, really well designed boss. I approve.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment. The madness, it consumed my being. Oriana used it against me. Where has she taken the beast? I found messages from the desert. From the Vastiri? Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness. As you wish. We must make haste. Let us return
have
to
no space
Clearfell
for
to
that.
make our preparations.
Bear staff.
Whatever it takes.
Bad? Well, yeah, it is kind of bad, but it's also kind of good. But not really. It's 65% increased crit chance for spells is pretty bad. 9%, 7%, 7%. I don't know. It's like okay, I guess. Increased damage bonus. Crit. With maximum mana.
We can fight. How can I help? What would you like?
Ooh. Potentially new helmet.
Deal.
Let's see. Is it shit? It's got 95 max life. Full res?
Stick to the carrots.
79% increased armor. 17 strength. That's life. Strength is good. It has slightly less resistances. But I think I'll take it. My fire goes down quite a bit. I have a fire thing. No, I have a cold thing there. I want to put lightning in it. What we really, really need is a new body armor. This body armor it's not actually that good. Even after I put all that shit on it. Like, it has a lot of armor and energy shield. But it has no life and a resistance. This one thing. But it does give us more ES and armor. Well. $79 to $219. 32 armor.
You've done the good luck. I've collected. I will treasure it.
Bad.
Seems shadows haunt us both.
I think there was a socketed item down here. Still alive. I think the next boss is gonna be tricky.
This isn't the place.
It's very piss heavy.
It is good. I like to. Oh, I like this one. Be careful.
The clan leaders. What we just. Later.
This is bad. Better than that. I kind of want to rare it. Hear it. Fuck. Alright, one more. No! Actually, you know what? I think I saved it. But not for my build. I now it has accuracy rating, a really bad accuracy rating. But it has accuracy and increased evasion. Meaning I could use it on a ranger or I could use it on a monk. But it is an MF amulet, and I'm not a huge fan of MF stuff, but felt like gambling and it didn't pay off. As always, don't gamble. All of my prismatic rings are just dog shit. What is that? That is 1827. This is 25. So this is actually more resistance than that ring. This is less. 30. This is 31. We could also run a spirit amulet, though. Bad spirit amulet. I think if we get spirit on amulet, we could probably run heightened curse on blasphemy, which I think would be good. I want to get as much slow as possible. I think it can. Have anything else? Might. Being. Really hoping they won't wipe character names when you got a good one. They will. However, wipe character names. That is a guarantee. And like I've said, I think right now character names get wiped after 1 year of not logging in on the character anyway. I'm not actually sure if names are like per league. Probably not, right? Because they have to be able to transfer back to standard. Got My Chemical Romance, okay. +6 to all elemental rests. Resistance, strength. I don't want to, like, I like keeping bat amulets, because they can save you sometimes if you fuck something up or you need to something, but you can't switch it out, just being able to have that. Don't think we can do much more. They're really bad. We're like 10 to 15 behind. I have a Giga Chad belt. We're not replacing this anytime soon. 5 regen, chaos, rest, good fire roll, armor, 100 life. Could still slam more stuff on these gloves, but they're kind of low level. Rather slam it on the helmet. Bing. So 2 more levels for Whispers of Doom. And then thing is we can do this. We can grab these as a crutch. That's 24% increase. But then we need to spend 1, 2, 3 levels before we can start getting these. 5 levels to get all of this. Alright, well, that's going to be it for today. Yep. Anyway, thanks for hanging. I'll see you around.